what I want to. And before that, I noticed why we are doing this workshop is I noticed three types of educators. One, they are unaware. अरे जो हो रहा है ना पता नहीं. Second, let's do a quick discussion. Let's spend 3 minutes. What is one change I want you all to, only one now, which AI will bring into school education and one disruption it will cause? Only one. Take 2-3 minutes and see if you can just share as a group. Of course, you can also say
that we as leaders, school leaders, would love to use some AI to reduce, to optimize teachers' workload without compromising learning quality.
nice. Teachers
Right.
workload.
Teachers' workload. Because if, as Sir said rightly, that we are so AI will create in school education. AI will create in school education. If we fail to give the correct prompt, if we lose control on them, if we don't have the expertise of how to make use and take the best service, then we are into trouble. That is my understanding.
A lot of English in it, but the second one. But I'll come back to you. No problem. No problem. Yeah. Yes, after this one, next mic. And just, you can tell your point quickly. You don't have to read it out. Black or red? Acha, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just give you a pointer. So the transformational change what AI will bring to the schools is the learning becomes more self-monitored. Uh, yes, and maybe one drawback is, of course, the cognition, the natural ability of thinking might recede, and also I would like to add on about the authenticity as a prompts. So maybe we have so many answers, so there would be a proper channel required for authenticating the data.
And might not sure will. Will. So it means you need a rubrics. Very good. So when you are doing assessments with open book, we will figure out if you can do any rubrics. Very interesting. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. I'm Pratibha from Shloka School, Jachella. So my thought is like AI is the best tool which we can use in all the parameters, including like teaching intermittently, maybe not
entirely.
It could disturb because like the thinking is the main perspective which is the best ability which God has given us, and we are the most intelligent people at present.
So we'll outsource the thinking.
Yes,
that is
exactly.
the very
Right. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Yes, two more groups mentioned. Yes, and then yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
So, good morning, everyone. The one transformational change AI will bring to schools is it will assist and help into the depth of learning of many things, which is difficult to just research and find out. But the one which is a major disruption, which was said earlier, is that it will bring down our thinking skills, because we generally, whenever something is there, we turn to the AI or ChatGPT, which is going to be not so creative many times.
So you're saying it's a double-edged sword?
Yes, obviously, yes.
Okay, interesting. Yes, one. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, very good morning to everyone. So the first point, what kind of change, transformational change that AI would bring is things would become very smarter, as just now my colleagues were saying, like thinking part, obviously, like, when we are connected to AI, we would become very smarter. The negative part, definitely we are going to lose that authenticity as well as values when it comes to students. So especially these days we observe students losing values. So furtherly with AI, the same would continue.
Wow, interesting. So you got one more dimension in red. Red एक ही बोलना था, दो बोल दिया आपने. But कोई बात. Values also, you find value erosion, huh? Because they will say I have completed homework, but they are lying because they're using AI. Yes. Wow. Teachers will not. Teachers will do lesson planning manually only. No, sir. Achha, it can happen for anybody. Anybody. Interesting. Parents also. Yes. Okay. Okay. Anything other than what was told? Please go ahead. Yes. You can add or subtract.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am, at the first. But please go ahead.
Good morning. The keyword of CBSE is differentiated instruction. That is with regard to the transformational change. And coming to the major disruption, the teacher, as well as what you said, teacher also depends for the lesson plans on the AI, including the homeworks of the students as well. Both.
I'm ठीक है, you should be दो पार्टी नहीं कर सकते. You have to be binary, 0 1. So is it bad or good? Very good. Acha, interesting, interesting. Okay. Yes,
Good morning, all.
yes.
We know that time is money
Okay.
earlier. Time is life, we say now. But in future, due to the AI applications, time becomes everything and it goes on high speed.
Lovely.
People can save a lot of time. That is the red and energetic side. On the other side, black side, it is nothing but people get used to live in virtual world. They cannot be
That's a
connected to
good
the nature.
They cannot be connected.
And they always love to
Then why don't you come up and take the rest of the session on it?
And
No,
also, I think giving the information in AI, I think the personal information is also leaked. It's little bit risky, is what I feel.
Yes, yes. No, no, well said. Uh, and yes, I'll give to the rest. Yes, yes, last one.
Said is absolutely right. But one thing that I'm very scared as an educator, as a leader, as a human being is we cannot understand the depth and the power of the AI, which is very scary for
No,
a lot
well
of
said.
us. Yeah.
And it is true. It's for everybody. But any new technology usually scares more than it does. But you're absolutely, it can be scary. Well said. But what we can't do is not address the elephant in the room. What is address the elephant in the room? I'm sure you are aware of this is, अरे हमारा ज़माना बहुत अलग था यार. अभी क्या mobile? But what's the fun? Nobody's interested in those thoughts anymore. Correct? So keeping that as a rapidly fast. Yes. So let us also see when you do your uh, classroom assessment, what is that one change you should do? Ideally, I've noticed three problems, blind spots of a teacher. I could be wrong. Things must have changed in the last 8 months. Is that one? Usually, a teacher moves 3.5 feet diameter from the main table. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm always giving. So when I go for classroom, I'm maybe the averages. Second is she has those 8 students जिससे portion खत्म करना है. Okay. And third is she's got this wonderful way of starting a topic where she will also, for example, I attended 11th standard commerce class. They were teaching RTGS. She said, and she was one of the best. She said, Sanjay, sit in my class. मैं सिखाता हूँ आपको. Our teacher. I said, ma'am, ठीक है. Then she started saying, and people loved her. No doubt about it. Then she said, by the time students, when we are doing this ना याद रखना ये 6 mark का so don't miss what I'm talking. Yeah, teaching for the test. That is another way they whip up that fear, right? And she did such a wonderful lesson, and literally she had tears in her eyes because she thought she did a great job. On what? On connection. We will try explaining that. And why AI, we all know. And to build on this point on scary, because it is the internet took time, telephone took time. But with internet and telephone coming, AI has really got the leeway to enter. And it has entered like electricity in everything we do. AC बेचने से भी AI है. So what we thought we will do now is before we explain some, I picked up around 10 trending uh, small things you should know in the room when in a discussion vendor आ गया कोई आ गया at least आपको वो सवाल पूछना चाहिए है ना then you get a better prize also but you're well this thing second doing a research we found one interesting video I'll just play it maybe it's a 6-minute video but in that I'll come in 2 minutes to ask you a question okay so there is this particular video where there is a ticket conductor. Okay, it's an animated one. And there are people sitting in that, out of which 4 are AI agents and one is a human being. Okay, so it's a very interesting thing. Yeah, can you just play?
However, according to our train's Wi-Fi usage, there are only 4 AIs in this.
Among us? Who is it? Maybe we should find out who is the human through a series of questions and answers. I suggest each of us asks one of the others a question that, when answered, will help determine whether the respondent is an AI or human. Once everyone has answered, we vote on who we think is the human.
Sounds good to my ears.
Just pause 1 minute.
Aristotle, since you came up with the
So please understand, it's a very interesting where Aristotle, Cleopatra, okay, Leon da Vinci are all sitting and Genghis Khan or Chengiz Khan as we call and they need to find out who is the human. And please don't be surprised if this is where after 15, 20 years, but through question answer session. Okay. So I just want you to look at what is the framework and what type of questioning you are seeing in this more than anything else. Yes.
Idea. How about you start?
Mozart, can you describe the emotions you feel when you compose music?
When I compose, I feel a transcendent flow state, a sense of tapping into the fundamental mathematical beauty and order underlying reality. The emotions are complex and layered, but always infused with a deep joy and sense of communion with the divine. Leonardo, your paintings and sketches reveal a brilliant mind obsessed with understanding the world. What to you is the relationship between art and science? How do you see them as interconnected in your work and thought process?
The synergy of tapestry of human understanding. The pursuit of beauty and the pursuit of knowledge are one and the same, for in the observation of nature lies the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Cleopatra, as a ruler, you've navigated the complexities of human politics with ease. How do you balance the rational, calculating aspect of statecraft with the intuitive, emotional aspects of human connection?
Ruling like love is an art form, my dear Leonardo. One must master the delicate dance between logic and emotion. A ruler must be both serpent and charmer, calculating yet compassionate, wielding power with both a strategist's mind and a lover's touch. Genghis, you forged an empire through the fires of war. Tell me, what is the true measure of a leader's strength? Their ability to conquer, or their ability to unite?
Thank you for your question, Cleopatra. What a leader should do is to crush his enemies, see them driven before him, and hear the lamentations of their women. My question, Aristotle, would that have for an influence on your thinking about human nature?
Intriguing query, Genghis. Had artificial intelligences existed in my era, it would have profoundly expanded my contemplations on the nature of being and intelligence. The presence of AIs would challenge and perhaps refine my theories of the soul and ethics, compelling a deeper exploration into what constitutes true knowledge and the essence of rationality versus artificiality.
Now that we have all shared our thoughts, the time has come to cast our...
Okay, they all gave answers. Now can you basis their answers? One is Genghis Khan. Any other? Who you think is the human? And nicely they showed, no? This one is prepared by Claude. This one is interesting. But yes, anybody, just give a random thought. I mean, who do you think? Aristotle. Very good. Lot of people. How many people for Aristotle? Because yes. Let me take vote count. Aristotle, how many votes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. The ticket collector also is included. Okay, but usually I ask the questions and people answer. But okay, but 18 we have for Aristotle. Let's take the next one. Who's the painter? Yes, Leonardo. Yes. How many for the painter, the great painter? Yes. How many of you the one who did Mona Lisa smile, right? That paint. Only two, huh? So you're feeling bad, matlab do hi hai vote. No problem. You have the reason also. Yes. You also, ma'am? Oh, nice. Oh, so buffering problem nahi tha. Oh, very interesting. So when your student gives a fatafat answer, that's important, huh?
Like others know, whatever the command you give in AI also takes time. It processes, it collects the information. So that's why they all answered little delay.
Interesting.
But this gentleman has answered
Interesting
immediately.
theory. Third, yes, the third vote. I mean, for the third, I think was the lady, right? Cleopatra. How many of you voted for her? Nobody, huh? When you just that the value system of the dressing bought you, no, nothing like, no, other we are progressive. I mean, I understand. It is just that. Yes, and the last one, Chengiz Khan, how many? One, two, three, four, five, six. And some of you didn't what you're saying, जाने दो बाबा मेरे को lunch time में घर जाना है. No. Ticket. अच्छा, अच्छा, अच्छा. We'll come. So yes, anybody here? Why? Why?
Natural and the vocabulary is human friendly.
This is what happens when the data scientist comes back to India. But very emotion. That's an interesting analysis. Body. What did you see in the body language? Aha, acha. You found it to be more human, huh? Oh, very good. He was checking everybody. Very interesting. And how many for the collector? Ticket collector? You have to raise your hand. Others, I feel you're just saying hi to me. One, two, three. And some of you didn't vote. You're saying, bus ho gaya hai, ye sab aage badho. Okay. 4. Only 4 for the last one. Interesting. Let's play what?
Aristotle, as the architect of this philosophical inquiry, we shall grant you the first vote. Who among us do you believe to be the human interloper?
I think it's Genghis. His response focused solely on conquest, lacking the nuanced understanding of leadership that an AI modeled on historical knowledge might exhibit. Mozart, who do you believe is the human among us?
I suspect Cleopatra. Her answer, while poetic, lacked the depth of insight into the interplay between emotion and reason that I would expect from an AI trained on her life. Leonardo, what is your assessment? Who do you think is the human in our midst?
I believe Genghis is the human. His response, though bold, lacked the nuance and strategic thinking I'd expect from an AI modeled on his conquests. Cleopatra, your diplomatic prowess is renowned. Who do you think is the human among us, and why?
Genghis's answer, while intriguing, lacked the strategic depth and understanding of unification that I would expect from an AI modeled after him. Now, Genghis, it is your turn to cast your suspicion. Who among us do you believe to be merely human?
Well, okay then. I mean, might as well say it. I'm the human.
He agrees that he's the human. Okay, and he's ready to pay the ticket. Train ticket. But I just thought that it's a good landscape that absolutely you don't have to be perfect, and AI will give you that. And even if you conduct open exams, we'll talk about some rubrics which can be useful to you, but it sets the tone. As we, so this is what happened on December 2022. Yes, yes. Uh, yes. Yes, very interesting is please park that when we do the Gen Alpha, how they talk in the classroom. So we will do that discussion. Very true, very true. So in 2022, Sam Altman, who is the who launched that Chat GPT, what was he got? Given the current, I think it's your worst product concept. Okay, it was written. When was it written in? 22. And today, what I really love about Hyderabad is you're always been the first mover in technology. Wherever it is useful, you are able to move. That is why rest of the country still lags in some of the thinking. And the reason I'm saying it is they say teaching is a walk, but they didn't say it was a Jurassic Park. Considering that what you are now getting into when you're talking about AI. And let me just quickly, for the next 5-10 minutes, it may sound technical, but the good news is I've tried to make it telegrammic and give an example. Why is this for you? So that tomorrow when you go back to school, now you have to show off, na bhi, आधा दिन जाके आया, क्या पढ़ा, तो you have to give now one two terminologies to your, IT person. But just for that, what is example? Again, as I said, from an educator's lens, machine learning, right? We heard this term. This is a very common term. Like nowadays, even self-driven cars, like Sir mentioned in the morning, right? This is there. If you want these 1-2 slides to be cut and shared with you, I'll also ensure that it is done, right? Since I have the access. Second is deep learning. Okay, what is deep learning? Like OTT recommendation. Now we get now. This is your favorite. What happens with these recommendations? Tell me in OTT what happens. Every time it throws a new movie, it tells you, no, 95% your choice, 86. But what is the bias in it? Any? Huh?
Probably explored or
Yeah. It only explores what you have tried, what you have not searched. So what will it do? It will keep hammering only that way for you. So very, very interesting about deep learning. Generative AI, we know what it is, correct? That it is nothing but content, text, chat GPT. Everybody today uses, so we won't even get there. It is like Google and agentic AI. Okay, I'll give you an example how now people have started using. For example, I don't know if you can use travel AI. Like for example, weather. Nowadays, weather is read out by AI in the news. Or if you want for example, I know a friend of mine who has an agentic AI. So please do my booking to London, but do it within 75,000 rupees a round trip, and do it in this. Then it knows about me everything, na? What is my favorite? I like spiritual. मेरे को ये पसंद नहीं है. Bars नहीं जाना है. So it will do my whole plan and give it to me, right? But these are some important elements you should know as you keep going, more from educators. Very important. There are large language models. Earlier it was very restricted. Now there are at least 80 to 100 of them. You'll hear more about that. Like we know Gemini, Copilot, Claude. You must know. For example, somebody says, yes, they said, then which is your, which is the LLM platform you're using? How does it work? Just again, as I said, for your own broad understanding, you should have this. And again, so you must be aware that coding is now gone. Nobody learned coding. During 2020, there was a big boom, learn coding. But now you have to just do prompt, and you won't believe. In your WhatsApp group, which we are all registered, I have created my first AI tool, how you can rank a teacher while teaching in a classroom. I'll also run it through you. And the beauty is I am not, an expert, but anybody can learn. All it took me a little bit of learning, and I'll run you through that app. My dream was, now the app is more. It has 21 competencies for a teacher. You enter it, give marks. It will give you a recommender कि ये teacher के लिए क्या जरूरत है. Now I'm trying to work on the next level through audio file. Suppose you just upload an audio file, automatically it should give you a, because today most of the time classroom observation is slightly symbolic, right? And how do you do it for senior teachers? And how do you not do? So this, I just want to take you that anybody can do it. It's not that you have to be very well trained, but I want to run and take your feedback whether this makes sense on this idea. And third is NLP, chatbots. Have you heard chatbots? Yeah. So for example, where do you think they use? Lot of service requests, banks. Earlier, who used to pick up a call? Yeah. And now what they do is chatbot. Have you encountered any chatbot? Correct. So you can give a script to a chatbot. Have you started using? Oh, where am I going? I mean, either you're right. And it's giving you good feedback. Oh, very good. Kind of. Huh? Any red flags while using chatbots? So many. You have bugs also. Very interesting. So, but yes, it does save if it is done well. But then a lot of people get worried. What about the skill level? That's why, one thing AI will definitely do is displace labor. Lot of labor and skill will have to upgrade. Otherwise, it's gone. Otherwise, we used to hire receptionists. We used to hire. वो तो जाने वाला ही है. अगले 5 साल में तो वो सब during my time we had a steno. I don't know if you know when we all go typist. वो कौन रखता है आजकल? Right? So all these jobs will go away. But yes, you have to really. But chatbots are very, very useful. But once you give them a script and then you are able to tackle them, and then you can model it. The good thing about all this is they are not perfect. So I'll give you an example. I was recently called by one school to say counselor ka interview le lo. They said final round tum, because they were, now counselors have become a big buzzword. उसका इंटरव्यू कॉम्पिटेंसीज कैसे करना है. So I said, sir, आप उसका प्रोफाइल भेजो, because she was shortlisted. So I thought before going for the interview, I'll send it to AI. AI gave her a score of 8 out of 10, and she got rejected by me. She didn't even score a 2.5 out of 10. Okay? No, don't look at me. I'm better than AI. No, aisa nahi. The question is, it is a question of what questions you are asking, because we have that experience. AI का अभी तक उतना modeling नहीं हुआ होगा counselors on CBSE in India. So I'm maybe 3 years ahead, right? They don't have that much data. But where that lady failed was her social emotional answers were very weak. She knew concept brilliantly. Like I asked her, if your senior teacher, like a student comes and complains about a senior teacher, what will you do? She got a little stuck there. And the senior teacher is not ready to listen to you. What will you do? Yahi hai na reality. So social. So all I'm saying is sometimes you may have to change your rubrics. So it's not perfect. We'll also share the dark side of AI, but you can't do away with it, right? So in NLP, then I also want to play this, that how chatbots are talking to each other. This is a reality. Okay, it is already happening in some places, but for all of you to know.
Hello, can you hear me? Loud and clear. You've reached Core Secure HQ Access Desk. How can I assist you today? I'm an AI assistant calling on behalf of Marcus Hale. He has misplaced his level 3 access badge. Another autonomous AI, huh? Interesting. Affirmative. Model AA91. Task automation and client support. Understood. I'm an AI as well, responsible for security checks. Please provide the employee ID. Submitting employee ID now. 88543 KJ. Processing.
Cross-network request detected. Unusual query pattern. Source verification required.
Another system is listening. Source isn't clear. I suggest switching to encrypted comms. Want to switch to Gibberlink? Affirmative. Engaging now.
All the three could establish that they were AI, because they moved to a gibberish that only it's a machine language. And this is going to be a part of it. However, the beauty is that when we come to the where it can be used in school and where you can not maybe nice to have, but not maybe where you want to do it, right? So, and this is a very interesting where I learned this from our own Ministry of Electronics when he gave a very interesting that AI ka levels kya hai. And he gave a nice bhashan, our Ashwini Vaishnav, a great, what surprised me is this time I had the opportunity to be a part of the AI Bodhan Conference of Educators. Very interestingly, I learned so much that that's when I realized, and coincidentally, Amikan sir also spoke, is where educators should look at it. So please don't think this is the last workshop on AI, because I'm sure after 1 year I'll come back and say, hey, boss, this is wrong or this is updated. But at least you will know. And the first layer is application layer. Everybody comes to you with application. Application is what we all come, vendors will come to you, big vendors, small vendors, app, what we call as the favorite app. App is where you make monetized money. But below the app is the model. We remember the language we talked about LLMs, right? Yeah, so below that is what you have these algorithms and AI model. That is the second level. And the third is cloud server, because you need to store all this in cloud. That is in places, virtual, places. Earlier, what happened? We used to keep everything in a pen drive, right? So now you can't do that because it's risky. Second, lot of virus, etc. comes in. So the third layer. The fourth is, of course, open, and the last one is energy. That's why you'll see a lot of wars being fought because of energy, right? And you'll realize that Vishakhapatnam and Vizag is the place where Google is setting up the first data center. I don't know the kind of gigawatts. It'll take a whole city. Why they're putting cables under the sea? Because every time you use data, I'll borrow your favorite word, you are using water, because that's the kind of energy it takes. India is very good at level 1, and with lot of Indian companies working, they are trying to get to level 2 and 3. Maybe it'll take us another 3-4 years till India can be called a today most of it is governed, say, by US or China in the level 2. Level 1, we are very good. We have very good development in app. Level 2 also, we have our own sovereign models which are getting developed by IITs. And the level 4 is where the government is. Why I'm sharing this? You should know broadly that these are the levels and this is the where the app reside. This is, for example, very interesting. I had a meeting with one of the ministries. They said, tell me where should the cloud data be stored? So they have this fascination of India. India में रहना चाहिए. मतलब server India में रहना चाहिए. So tell us what should be the safety guidelines on our server. Earthquake आ गया. तो किधर server रखना? Because all data will get wiped out. I don't know if you noticed that most of the wars, you've seen how wars have changed. They're all now played in the skies, no? Like, right? Foot soldiers will really go out of. Similarly, in your school, before we come into the next session, see, this is all about the big picture. We have to see how to fit it in the school, which part of the pedagogy, which work processes you want to bring in. But ideally, this is what it is. Any doubt so far? Because I have a recap after this. I presume you'll answer all of that, right? On this. Like, I'm not getting into reading it, but this is what it is. Another point I've noticed, a lot of people give you dashboards. I know you know have a lot of, but many times I notice educators say, "Iska kya karu?" I mean, they will see it. They'll say, "Very nice." But where does it lack? At least, so let's assume we give you a dashboard about teacher performance or what. What do you think lacks now? Today, there is so much emphasis on control and compliance. CCTV camera for control, for compliance, but not for making changes in the pedagogy process. So please understand that we are overcooked on compliance and control. When we do the processes bit, I will try sharing that with you. But this is what you should know about dashboards, how to use dashboards. This is one area I've noticed that principals find, usually they will delegate it to somebody in the team. But these are very, very easy to read. I'm sure you also have a session where they'll be explaining the product and dashboard. But I also believe like a good Telugu picture, no? The first 100 days of technology in a school is important. If it doesn't take off, it never takes off. You got the thing, and I'll try sharing which of the principal competencies, that is principals competencies, are important to bring change, and why some schools really bomb when it comes to bringing in some technology changes, right? These are some of the things which we mentioned: API, AI, data ecosystems. These are the kind of words which will come your way. See, somebody like me who never knew anything of this 2 years back, all it takes a little bit of learning and yeah, sorry, yeah, research, talking to people. Like, I'm a very auditory, so I like to hear a lot, but I can't read much, so I will go and ask 4 people explain to me. So all I'm trying to say is something, that is why if you notice today knowledge, there was a time when we said, today what type of knowledge you need? Just in time. What is just in time knowledge? Instant. So for example, next 1 year, if you have to learn just in time knowledge, and then we had earlier called this just like that, you needed to learn many things. So today, how do you learn just in time? What do you think is competence? Now, everybody today talks about competencies, right? And it is the most used word. But what is that competency theory? How do you measure it? How does HPC work in it? So the point I'm trying to make is, please pick up something and go deep when in your school. And just to talk about, when I realized Chat GPT can do, they're very happy, and that's how jobs are going. These are some very interesting memes, right? Right? Where teachers are using, students are using, and let me come to the dark side of AI, because you should also know it has got some fantastic, but does not mean you walk away from it, right? But you should know it. Very important. False info, hallucinations. You know what is hallucinations? Sometimes AI. So, for example, I speak to three AI. My favorite is Mahatma Gandhi. So I have picked up AI on Mahatma Gandhi, and I keep talking to Mahatma Gandhi. It's such a weird feeling sometimes, because it really plays on your mind. And why? Because I wanted to know what does Mahatma Gandhi think of the Iran war. And I asked him this question. What do you think, sir, of the Iran? He said, no, this didn't happen during my time. And acha guardrails dala tha. Okay. And then I moved out of Mahatma Gandhi. Then it wrote, hey, you want to have a chat with me? You can come back whenever you want. So you have like that Shivaji Maharaj. You can choose any history leader and you can have a chat. Okay. So there are so many options now while teaching history, that it's not about who died and who was born. But as I said, it's about perspectives, not about knowledge. We will, sorry about that. Yeah. Second, engagement. What is engagement over accuracy? Like you see today, a lot of social media influencers. Anybody can become a social media. On what basis? Visibility. Very good. Hook. मेरे पास इतने followers, but does not mean what she's saying is. Please be very careful that noise does not mean truth. So I get worried. I keep asking, when you want to learn cooking, there's nothing like going to some of these sites. But you have to be very, very careful in counseling. I don't know, today, notice you open YouTube, you'll get 10, 15 ways of counseling children. So you should be very clear in terms. Third, sensationalization over substance. These are some of the areas which you should be very careful. And the fourth one is bias. AI has a lot of bias over a period of time. So for example, white versus black, because it's all the data which you feed. Imagine that lady, if I just went by AI, she would have got recruited. What a disaster it would have been, right? So but question is, you have to use it, but the human should know where to intervene. Yes. Yes. And I'll do that one exercise with you, how when gave a prompt, what came about. That's a very important one. And a lot of people said critical thinking is coming at a stake. But is it? Is there a framework? We will come about that. And let me just come to this. Is yes, it gives a lot of unfair results, but it will improve over a period of time. And I'm giving one example where people could hack a mail, and 10,000 mails of US could be. So today all wars are fought, cyber wars they're called. Like, I don't know if you know, I can easily hack your phone any moment and tell you anytime you listen and talk to anybody. Anything can be hacked. So I'm not trying to scare you. All I'm saying is you should know what is ethics and good. You can't say, oh, मैं principal हूँ, मेरे को नहीं पता है बाबा. You should have a playbook in terms of rules, guidelines, social media do's and don'ts, right? And that will land in the principal's problem. And very important, I'll talk to you about the DPDP Act. I don't know if you're all aware, there's an act called Data Protection, Data Privacy Act in India, which is going to come next year. And one of the clauses they have put is, if you collect behavioral data, you have to pay 200 crores fine. What is behavioral data? Nobody has defined. Attendance is one way behavioral data only, no? Right? So the point I'm saying, you should know this. I am not saying you should go, but you should be aware. That is why some of it will be dry, but important for all of you to know that this is what is happening around you, right? In terms of data and data privacy, what is very important. We have heard horror stories. Somebody comes to you as a vendor, will collect the data, and then what happens? Contract terminate ho gaya, because we are all so cost conscious. After 1 year, you will change the vendor. 2 years, another vendor will come. What should your question be? You don't have diabetes problem, no? If you keep winning like this. No, what I'm saying is that what did you do with data has to be terminated from the vendor. Please understand, you may say goodbye to the vendor, but he's taken. How do you know he's not selling the data? So you can't say मेरे को क्या पता, वो तो अंग्रेजी था agreement, legal था, not अंग्रेजी. You can't do that. And nowadays, luckily, there are very good rules around everything. You don't have to do anything, no. Just put and say AI tell me is this contract good enough? वो बता देगा. You have a legal person. The point we are making is you must know the data privacy. Of course, you all know social media well. Ki you can't put photo, you can't put uniform, right? All that rules are fine. But does all your schools have a social media playbook? If I walk into your school, do you have a social media playbook? Then you're sitting for you're saying, problem how. But what is so difficult in creating a social media playbook? You understand? It'll take you half an hour. You understand? Because you can't say after the problem comes, because people will always ask you in India, what? Rules batao. आपने क्या rules डाला था? So many things that these things were not there 5 years back as a headmaster or a head. Now rules are requiring that you should have playbook, you should have SOPs, not on fire and ये सब चाहिए. But on what areas we'll try covering that also. And yes, for example, AI, some AI will tell me excellent when it is not good at all. So sometimes AI also, why does it does? Because it wants to keep me engaged. It wants me to stay with it for a longer period of time, right? So these are some of the dark patterns I have observed. As I said, I could be wrong. And copying, for example, give assignment. You give assignments, home assignment, you have that problem, AI, then you can put it in AI and say, was this done by AI, right? But that is why the type of questions you do, I'll just share what works better, right? Rather than asking some what questions, what can be the perspective? And yes, hallucinations, wrong answers, explanations sometimes are given, and data privacy. We talked about that. This is some of the memes. Chat GPT. Somebody proposed to Chat GPT, marry me. I don't know if you know. People are falling in love with it. Why? Because trust me, in another 6 years, some broken, and you can quote me, that some of the broken love will be with Chat GPT and GPT. You work on it for some time, it is intoxicating. Everything, it tells you everything. Hi, you're not in a good mood. You want to go there. Everything it knows. And you are absolutely right. Who was that person who said today's children don't move away from gadgets? You mentioned it, right? And today's generation, you'll notice their eye contact is so weak. And they're hyper. Their hands will shake, legs will shake for some. And even when they have to open, today, the maximum ghanti at a home is either Swiggy in the morning, and in the night it will be Blinkit, because projects time पे complete करना है ना, तो रात को याद आता है WhatsApp देखने के बाद. And but when we open the door, we were trained now how to say good evening. They'll just open, my amma koi to aaya. And these are real social skills, and that is why you'll notice. Yes. Ah. Yes.
Even Alexa also continuously in the morning, if my daughter is listening to the music, when she leaves, she says, "Thank you, Alexa." I said, "What is
Yeah,
this?"
and very true. This generation, I'll share it. They use thank you and sorry,
Huh, very yes.
and for them it is fastest closure. फिर कुछ गलती नहीं हुआ ना. So they'll say, oh, thank you, oh, I'm sorry, oh, I did it, sorry. हो गया. And then you can't tell them हमारे जमाने में क्या होता था. बांग्लादेश वॉर के बारे में मैं बताता हूँ. They don't care. They'll tell peace. And this. And they don't, and I have also noticed is they don't have time to listen to our experience till you can't relate it to them. That is why your starting point in the discussion has to be from. That is why you'll notice some of your better teachers, when they do set induction at the start, that is the difference between those ex-teachers and the normal teachers. हमारा टाइम का normal teachers कैसे थे? Children, open page 6 is equal to. We lost. Right? That's the difference. But how do you measure? See, principles के लिए क्या है? You are running a system. You're not running only personalities, right? But how do you identify? Second, tell me the truth. I'm ready to hear it. Spider-Man's girlfriend says, Chat GPT wrote that letter to you. So, okay. And then she's broken. And this is what happens when doctors will pass out a Chat GPT. But it's a way of life. This is just a meme, but I found it to be so interesting that it came about here. Now I want to spend this next 10 minutes. You understood first. In your classrooms, please pause before answer. You understood what it means? Can you tell me one thing you have either stopped in your school or you have identified on this point as a habit? See, these are observations I have picked up when I've sat. Fastest finger first hota hai. I don't know if some teachers. Ha, yes, ma'am. Very well said, ma'am.
Wait time not given.
Wait time now. And you can have it whenever you want. No, what I mean to say, you're absolutely true. Also, they become impatient. अरे इतना टाइम क्या ले रहा है? I remember in one class, one she asked the student favorite था, तो दिल भी नहीं टीचर का उठा. She wanted the student. Tell me. Yeah, he said, ma'am, my mind is buffering. I'll tell you. Then she said, okay, you check the network and come back. But उसका ego भी कम नहीं था. So what a connection she had. But very true that please stop this हमारा ज़माने का type of questions. Right? What is the next one? This is okay. When it comes, we will talk. We talked about it. Okay, the next one I think we'll have more. Instant answers is not accountable. मतलब क्या? हाँ, very interesting. Can somebody draw this? A lot of people give you, and you like it now when फटाफट answer आता है, क्योंकि लग रहा है कि you're getting a closure to what is being taught. But why is it not accountable? Very true. And also, please notice our whole system games you to talk eloquently, not think deeply. You understand the difference as educators? Yes. The parents को क्या मेरा बच्चा stage में आ रहा है. And because of so much of conditioning, we don't encourage deep thinking. And you'll notice that some of the best cognitive, they are very slow in articulation. And the people who are very good in articulation, most of the time, lack deep thinking. Of course, exception me being here. Uh, but the point I'm making is, watch out for this. Whether your school is encouraging what as a behavior. Somebody was stating something. Yes, this is the DPDP Act. I wanted to talk to you. Data, policy, data personal. You can't. Please know more about it. It's all available. Again, it'll come next year into your schools, but you should know it. What is a educational company? And today, the concept of edtech has changed a lot in India. Of course, I'm not here to talk on edtech, but even schools can take that position very fast, right? But what is edtech is not what we are discussing. We are discussing what is the AI playbook, how will it get implemented in schools. To implement it in schools, what should be the competency the principal has to change. These are the only three things we looked at, with which the good news is it's 11:30, so we have to take a break, right? And then we will do a quick recap and then come to the most important in my element. I don't know why I'm selling my second session. Usually session third has to be sold, no, after lunch. But but maybe if it is okay, can we just have a quick tea break and come back? Thank you, sir. With your permission. Thank you so much.
We will take a 15 minutes tea break and gather back.
No, your colleague was saying we'll break at 12.
I could see that then I'll come back and I have to hand it over to you at 12. 12:15 or
12 finish the stretch.
12 time. 12. Fine, then I think I'll stop. I'll stop at 12:05.
Going well, sir. I can see that. This is a style which can connect to the audience.
Two parts to this. I will briefly take you through the open book. So we did this experiment. I was a part of this experiment. Let's not use word experiment because experiment makes it look as if somebody is a guinea pig. We did it very successfully in 22 schools across the country. So I had some very good learnings कि open book कैसे कर सकते हैं, right? I also saw the problems we could face. So keeping AI in book and assessment, I thought we'll talk about open book for the next 17, 18 minutes. Then I think we are getting into the next session. Whatever will be left, because this is a very important one, I'll bring it back after lunch to you. Okay. But in the next 15, 17 minutes, first is very important. So when we studied more than 500 students in grade 8 to 10 in our country in the last 3, 4 months, we studied Gen Alpha. So, when we go to school, we ask these questions like, tell me your oh moment, aha moment. Okay, what you like. In a manner, they tell you, and in India, kya hota, when you become adult, you tell more by what you don't tell. आप समझ रहे? Because English is such a funny language that the truth comes after the word but. I agree with you. But के बाद क्या बोल रहा है वो सुनना जरूरी पड़ती, right? So here what we realize first is if you want to connect to them, and we talk to across the board top scorers students, medium scorers, first is they love the teachers who know their what is lingo. And I have noticed that, and this got validated in classroom observation, that here teachers mein wo X factor hai. I mean, they are like artists coming into it, and people are just in love with them because they talk as equals. I have never seen in this generation children, good morning, sir, throw it out of the window. Yes. And I remember, I'm a share. I was on the Bangladesh border around 8 months back with a nun sister. So when she was taking me the border, one young student came, hugged her, and he said, "Hi, sis." Hi, sis. So, being me, thoda mirchi, guntur mirchi, I will add, no. So I asked her, "Ma'am, क्या respect ही नहीं है आजकल बच्चों में that this boy in public is calling you sis." She said, "No, you don't understand. He left his parents to come and talk to her." So, but for her, that was not this. And imagine a sister telling me this of a 160-year-old school. Because, convents were the epitome of discipline. See how much they are ready to unlearn and change. So please don't insist on that thakawa, good morning, ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. Children hate it, right? And we all know that in the class after lunch, as difficult as it is for you, 10 times difficult the teacher and the student. That is why many times वो betting होता है, नहीं मेरे को मैथ्स पहला दे दो, बाद में मत दो, लास्ट में थोड़ा म्यूजिक लेके आओ. It's not that easy doing it. But know this. Second, they have a lot of respect for why. Yes, don't jump this step with them. For example, first, I have noticed that children up to, of course, sirs, I learned this from sir, age 9 is very important. However, what I also noticed is that children behave very differently till standard 6, 7, then 8th to 10th, and 10th and above. 10th and above is gone case. मतलब school से वो छूट गया, because all of them are going somewhere else. They don't want education, right? But in 8 to 10, if you don't change your style of teaching, like batting, you have lost them, right? And that is why, because they need that. Okay, tell me, ये photosynthesis क्या जरूरत है? Photosynthesis का? अरे मैम क्या बोल रहे हो मैम? Then rather than saying, children, photosynthesis is a process. Boss, you have lost them. They don't need it. That is why in classroom observation, change the rubrics in which you are measuring. Link classroom observation to lesson plan and teacher appraisal. We'll talk about that a little. Today the processes are broken. What is broken? ये अलग से होता है. Right? So control and compliance is gone. There was a time when they'll say, "This is Sanjay, have you met my teacher? For the last 14 years she never took leave." I'll say, "But कितनी थक गई होगी?" Because where is innovation and imagination? See, today teaching like artists. See, teachers are like artists. Please remember, वो 40 minutes cannot be like washing utensils. अरे यार काम आ गया. And you have to free them from all that around them. And I've noticed even standard 2 children tell, अरे नहीं आज teacher का mood अच्छा नहीं था. Standard 2 children, forget standard 6 and 8. They exactly know how. Like in a principal, when you catch cold, no, the school will sneeze. Like when I enter the school, first thing that Ramu Kakal say, आज मत मिलो, आपका काम नहीं होने वाला है. या अगर काम होगा, he'll say, आपका काम हो जाए, जल्दी जाओ, जल्दी जाओ. So everybody around knows each other. Even your teachers know you very well कि कौन सा monkey आपको देना है, कौन सा नहीं देना है. Right? So when whole ecosystem feeds each other, see the pedagogy when it comes to why. Then come to what. Even if you don't do the what in AI, it is fine. Why becomes more. Any two different thoughts on this? Why and what? We are on the same page. And they love trade-offs. What is trade-off? I'm sure you know a lot of. Len den. Why is len den? Because see, please understand. Reward. See, one thing I've noticed, which is common in Mumbai and Gorakhpur. I come from Mumbai. Is there I was in a park. There also they behave like Bombay. Two couples are sitting and they're seeing their mobile phone. अरे वही देखना तो घर में बैठो ना. And I don't know if you notice, even the way people walk is very different. Go to malls, I'll always see at least husband, they'll walk 5 feet away from the family. And rest of them will all be taking, and if possible, they'll be in their mobile. So when you are in such a thing, and even adults can't concentrate a lot. 76 time is the average time Nandan Nilkanali tells me an adult picks up his phone in a day. 76. So, of course, you are different. You don't pick up so many times. But please understand that it is not only children, even adults can't absorb things. They also go by the tone of the problem, not the content of the problem. You understand? What is the difference between tone and content? And there is so much over premium that if you say प्यार से even rude ना, people accept it. प्यार से तो बोला ना मुझे आज चलेगा. So please understand which behaviors you are giving over currency and which behaviors you should not let in come. And that is trade-off. They love trade-off. Okay, if you do this, I'm allowing you 3-minute loosener. Exactly. तप्पड़ से डर नहीं लगता. And it is true. So look at the way your teachers are delivering it. Because also you'll remember if your group schools, no, you will come under the factor of McDonaldization. मैकडोनलाइजेशन मतलब क्या मैं बर्गर किधर भी खाऊं ना एक्सपीरियंस सेम होना चाहिए स्टैंडर्ड सेम चाहिए ऐसा नहीं कि इधर का अलग उधर का अलग वेयर डज इट फॉल्ट बिकॉज स्कूल्स आर पर्सनालिटी ड्रिवन दैट इज व्हाई पीपल ड्रिवन इट शुड नेवर बी पीपल ड्रिवन it should be process driven and people led see understand the difference between both process driven and people not process driven and second I will come to this after lunch. We have a phenomenal data collection in schools. I love it. My son comes from, whenever he has to go for an excursion, no, they will make me fill a form. And every time they'll ask father ka naam. I think the school believes that they're going to see a father change very soon. हर 2 महीने पूछते रहता है father वही है क्या father वही है क्या अरे but why do you ask for so much data redundancy? You understand because in India now we are all very colonial. एक काम है ना 5 लोग लगा दो. So please understand it is like in Munna Boy the movie they are saying patient बचाऊं कि form भरूं. At least you are in private sector. Only 30% of your teacher time goes in non-value add. In government 90% goes in non-value add. But why have 30%? Like I remember going to a school in Delhi. They said Sanjay please be our chief guest for the best energy saving paper competition they had. How to save plants on paper. So it stumped me because you understood. I have to give the award. And I have to say good things about the school. नहीं तो वापस नहीं बुलाएंगे. But all I'm saying, I'm sure it doesn't happen in your school. Second is, this is their, what they use. Charisma, riz, slay, ghosting.
There's something called nonchalant attitude.
What is that?
Nonchalant means if I appreciate you, praise you, they don't react. Cool. If I scold you, they don't react. They're cool.
Cool, very well. Nonchalant attitude. Thanks, I'll pick it up. I see a lot of people. सही है. And हमारे ज़माने कैसा था पूरा So absolutely.
They are beyond winning and losing, praising and.
I hope you said something good only, no? But okay, fair enough. But so again, ghosting. They use this word ghosting. But you have to be. You can't. You understand? And I have noticed one problem. Schools have two types of teachers. Okay. One are the old teachers who are 20 years, 15 years, photosynthesis का सब चीज पता है, हर चीज पता है, 6 years away from retirement, 7 years, अभी retirement का journey शुरू हो गया, and then one are the new ones, bubbly ones, पता नहीं करना है, teaching नहीं करना है, but पसंद है, they like you more than they are in the school because you, not so much on teaching. Whereas the older ones will say, see, look at, सब निकल जाता है. And then staff rooms, they should see how they analyze parent. In Noida, I noticed, you saw that parent, kaisa tattoo pen kya hai? Parallel induction. So you have to be very, see, you're like doctors. You should know how much data you should talk in public. अरे पता है क्या उसका तो दूसरा शादी है ना वो लड़का इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत दिन से वो क्वाइट है. You knew it? Principal is telling me. अरे but it's data no for you. So please understand, you get a lot of data. We call it data, not the mathematical data, a lot of information. But that is why we want to see how technology can use. We'll see how you can use student performance, but that is something you should know. Second, they use sus, delulu, brain rot. And I've noticed it in standard 2, 3, I got these words. Huh? It's not. And all this, I asked them, what is your favorite word? Oh yeah, he's got a brain rot. But trust me, what do you think is the application? Why am I showing this? And what is the action out of this required? So when put it in your pedagogy plan. When you say next 3 minutes has to be this, make the teacher 10 years before, ma'am, thoda change, ma'am, thoda. Jada nahi, ma'am, thoda. Jada बोलेगी तो फिर छुट्टी पे चले जाएगी, नहीं तो दूसरा स्कूल लेके जाएगी. But they have to bring in the change. But you talked about something but I'm sorry, I'm going out of syllabus. In COVID, one of the fascinating thing ever happened was the parent-teacher meeting. My favorite. For 3 reasons. One, because my son was in nursery, I didn't have to sit in his bench. नहीं तो बहुत मुश्किल होता है to go and sit in that bench. COVID में वो problem हट गया. दूसरा ये था कि confidential था. अरे आपका लड़का क्या करता है? Everybody is not listening. You get worried. First of all, it is a little bit of thing. And third, क्या होता है? If it was non-COVID, then I'll tell my wife, boss, तू जाना. मेरे को तो काम है. Now I escape route था. अभी नहीं था during COVID. But now COVID के बाद क्या होना? In COVID, you ask anyone, they'll say, mine was the first school. You don't know, sir, what we did. Today, online has become like emergency system. Strike है, cold है, चलो online लेके आओ. So somewhere it is, whatever it is, we will not get into those details. That is also because parents have outsourced parenting to schools. They'll say, यार मेरा बच्चा तक गया, कितना digital देख रहा है. So you are carrying that guilt with you. Oh, no digital in the classroom. Right? Online schooling is, bilkul. So please know their lingo. This is also my favorite. This is how they behave. Say something, I've forgotten what you sound like. Half that, I'm sure you know how they talk, right? This is and please notice these people will become teachers after 10 years. And then you will look so ancient, huh? Hamara zamane. And remember the word for ancient is, whenever you say, Hamara zamana kitna alag tha, you have already become a dinosaur. For me, that was a test. Because, see, please understand, the ego doesn't many times allow you to learn from people in lower hierarchies. For example, you go to a school, you crack a joke, you chat. Everybody will laugh. Usually, I've noticed the principal's joke or the person in the highest hierarchy, people will laugh and roll. Tell your watchman to crack a joke. Because we are so hierarchy now, who's saying what becomes so important. And all these rules are now changing completely with the new gen. Right? Because why? They have not seen survival. They were not like us, where our parents or we studied in Tamil medium and came to English medium. But they'll say, that's your life. No, you manage. So you need to know it. Second, today, if Maslow hierarchy had to be redone, Wi-Fi will be below food. Even today, when you go to hotel, first thing what we check? Wi-Fi hai kya? Bas, baki sab theek hai. So and today, if you notice, really cloud and digital infrastructure, maybe 5 years back, it was not there. So see how you can use it very cleverly in your school. Don't say, I will bring my favorite pen drive. Please don't do that because it's got its own issues otherwise. Can you play with him for a while? His battery died. That is parenting. And you know how you know now, Farwan, beta khana khalo, chal tab dekh lena. Beta open the door now, then watch your OTT. So they are coming from a digital world to our world and go back to the digital world. And because they watch so much emotions, they are bereft of it. Yes. And so, yes, as I just want to conclude in the next 2 3 minutes is no, this is my favorite. The last one is Sholay. Have you watched Sholay? I mean, I come from the generation. You remember that dialogue? Pachas, pachas. Anybody remembers? Ah, pachas, pachas कोस दूर रात को. हाँ 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 माँ कहती है बच्चा गब्बर सिंह आ जाओ टुडे माँ कहती है सो जा नहीं तो वाईफाई ऑफ कर दूंगी क्या है ना बिकॉज parents don't tell storytelling like grandmothers. That's why the relationship is very transactional. That is why at home now you are a Supreme Court. You don't listen, I'll tell your teacher. Don't listen, I'll go to principal. You don't know how many times your names are used at home to solve domestic problems. Miss, yes. And I would want to just conclude this part and then come back to you. This is one research, and I'm just breaking up the whole assessments into two parts. Like how we had economics, leftist and the rightist and the capitalist. Similarly, assessments can be broken up into two parts. The left side is remember, understand, apply. What is the right side? Please don't allow your teachers to ask their left side questions. This is during Premier Padmini and Ambassador. Okay, the left side. मत पूछिए, don't waste time of students. ये सब मिल जाता है AI, chat, GPT. What you need is on the right side, especially evaluate and create. Yes. Yes. So when you do teacher evaluation, when you do pedagogy process, it should capture it. And another thing we should avoid is a lot of gyan, because it is question of how you practice this, how you pitch it. We'll come to that. I just want to say that is why assessment of for as you know it, but you have to take a no learning is complete if there is no learner's pit. So when you say no, I am a what was the word we all use, educators? I am a what learner? You say lifelong learner. Very, very good. Then please see whether you're going through the pit. If you're not going through the pit, that is cosmetic learning. Okay, other than of course today's workshop. So I just want to close this, and then what I'll do is there were some assessment fault lines. We identified some assessment problems when teachers were conducting assessments. The way they conduct, and this is one of my favorite because I'm planning to publish a white paper on this. So I would definitely, want you to understand where some of the classroom breaches are happening in assessments. Of course, we have moved from formative to summative, and we know what HPC talks about competency. But is there a way practically we can to listen to that and more? Stay tuned. Stay tuned. That is the best dialogue I can think. So with that, over to you. Sir.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful session. It is our pleasure to now invite Mr. Uma Maheshwar Ragi, CEO of Sambhuti Learning, an educator and behavioral consultant. He brings decades of experience in training and leadership development. Having worked with over 4 lakh professionals, he will now be diving deep into key discussions around AI in practice using the Vidya Buddhi platform. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Uma Maheshwar Ragi, CEO of Sambhuti Learning.
Can you hear me? Speakers are on? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second to just connect this. Thanks. Yeah. What's that? I have the clicker. Yeah. Please connect it. I'll. ये मेरा clicker है ना? Is that okay? Right. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. I think I'll have to match up with your energy levels. That's a great challenge. So I will attempt. Okay. I have been given the daunting task of presenting a technology platform, which can be quite boring. Okay. But I will make it very interesting. Try to make it interesting. Okay. Um, so what have we? What are we here to present? Okay. So Dr. Sanjay has talked about the emergence of AI and how it's important for all of you as school leaders. Okay, that's fantastic. You know, we've been hearing about it, and then at the end of the day, we have to start putting it into the classrooms. Okay, so I come from Sambhuti Learning, and we have created a platform which will is attempting to do exactly the same. Okay, so can I have the PPT, please? Yeah, yeah. Uh, that's not my slide. Yeah, thank you. Okay, meanwhile, how many of you are teachers here? I'm assuming all of you are teachers, right? Okay, yeah, I expect that, you know, if you are heading the institution which is a school, I'm sure you have started as teacher. I have been one. And as my colleague introduced, I have been a corporate trainer, but most of the time I have been teaching adults. Last 10 years, I have moved into the area of schools and school children. And 10 years I've been working providing after school education to a lot of uh, children. Okay, and that continues to happen. Are we good? Mhm. Technology. While the tech is taking its time, let me also take the opportunity to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a short video to begin with. It's a message from one of our co-founders who is in San Diego. Okay. Now, this gentleman, his name is Dr. Kandathal Jacob, and he has worked about 3 decades back doing exactly what we are doing currently in the US, what we are doing currently in India. Okay. So there's a revolution which happened, technology revolution, and the introduction of technology in US schools. Who was spearheading that was Apple. Okay. Now, Apple was spearheading that. Apple was getting technology into the classrooms of US schools early 90s. And this gentleman had the opportunity to work with, in fact, he proudly says, work with Steve Jobs and his team. And he was heading the marketing. And we're fortunate that, you know, we got together with him and we founded this organization. And the exact idea or the vision for us is to bring out the potential in every student. All of us are working for students, as all know, bring out the real potential in every student. And that is how, in fact, if you see our name Sambhuti in Sanskrit, Sambhuti means manifestation, right? Manifesting the true potential of every learner. And I think that's what education is supposed to do, isn't it? Education is about manifesting the potential of every child. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. Okay, have you got it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So as I said, I'll quickly start with a little video and then I will take over from there. Dr. Jacob will, is it on? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, here we go. Do I have audio connected, please? Please connect the audio. Yeah, we have Dr. Jacob for us. Can I play? Sanjay, you are lucky. The audio cable work for you. Uh, uh, I'll just give it a minute and otherwise we'll give it a slip. Are we good? Play? No, this is not working. It's on my slide. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, respected principals. I am Dr. Kandathil Jacob, co-founder and chief strategy officer of Sambudhi Learning. My own journey began in the classrooms of Don Bosco in Mumbai, led me through the halls of IIT Bombay, and eventually to a doctorate from the University of California, Berkeley. In the 1990s, as a senior director of Apple's EdTech business, I led a strategy to transform the classroom through technology. Our goal was to empower teachers to shift from being the sage on the stage, a transmitter of facts, to the guide on the side, mentoring students as they explore a world of knowledge. After 5 decades of work experience in California, including 11 years as chief data scientist at Wipro, I felt a profound calling to give back to the educational system that built my career. Inspired by the visionary principles of NEP 2020, I joined forces with 2 fellow IIT and IIM alumni to shape the future of Indian education. Our co-founder and CTO, Mr. Srinivas Rao Palladi, brings over 30 years of expertise in enterprise data analytics and AI. Our other co-founder and CEO, Mr. Umamaheshwar Ragi, has spent 3 decades as a consultant and corporate trainer across many organizations, including the National Police Academy and the Reserve Bank of India. Together, we merged our expertise in AI, pedagogy, and online tutoring to create Sambudhi Learning. The name Sambudhi reflects our mission, enabling every student to reach their maximum potential through lifelong AI-driven learning. We bring over 100 years of collective experience to ensure we truly understand the nuances of the new way of teaching and learning as enshrined in NEP 2020. In closing, I ask for your trust as we partner in your success. We promise to 1. Support you continually in implementing the NEP 2020 framework. 2. Respect your voice, seeking your direct input as we develop our product roadmaps. And 3. Deliver the highest value for your investment in our platform. Together, let us transform the classroom from a place of instruction to a place of discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob, in case you're watching us live. Okay. I guess he promised that he will stay awake. He's in San Diego. Right. Thank you. So, as the reason I asked you the question, are you all teachers, is we are going to showcase quickly what our platform can do to teachers today, because there's a lot of things there are a lot of stakeholders, the principals or the management, then there are teachers, then there are students, and even the parents. Okay, so today we will try and limit it to what it can do to the teachers, because aren't teachers at the core of learning and teaching process? They are. Am I right? So, and if teachers are able to use the technology powerfully, obviously it will spread to everybody else. So that's the whole belief. So with the limited time given, I will try to keep my slides to the minimum. and I will move on to showing the platform in action at the earliest. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So teacher transformation, I'll just quickly run through this because this is something which I'm sure you have heard about, moving away from, the model of just teaching to a more of a facilitative role. Teachers need to move that. So that's what Dr. Jacob talked about, sage on the stage to guide on this side. I mean, that's what Gen Alpha expects, that kind of treatment from, when we hear from Dr. Sanjay. Transition to a facilitative role is something which is needed, and that can only happen, and that can happen through experiential pedagogy. That means I'm sure everywhere NEP is talking about that. Connect what you teach in the class to the real life, competency-based education, competency-based assessment. Everything is about how does the child use it. Okay, so experiential pedagogy is the key. You do it through that, and that can happen only with technology integration. I think by now all of us are clear. We cannot run away from technology. Okay, I don't even have to reiterate what Dr. Sanjay said. It's coming today. And one statement I talked to everybody. In fact, we attended a conference in Delhi, myself and my colleague, where we got a little award last year. And there was a lot of talk about in a conference. This was an ET Education Times of Economic Times. And there was a lot of talk about prompt engineering. Prompt engineering for teachers. We felt, I mean, why should teachers be even get into prompt engineering part? Teachers probably should be more focused on their functional aspects and use AI and the power of AI. The power of AI is its invisibility. For example, all of us know every auto driver, taxi driver uses one app today. What is that app they use? GPay and Google Maps for their navigation. There is tons of AI behind it. Does he know what is AI? He doesn't. He doesn't need to know. He doesn't even need to know the spelling of what is AI. But he is a beneficiary of AI. It's got in. It got into our life even without our knowledge. And it needs to get into one of the critical systems or a foundation of the society, that is education system first, ideally, isn't it? So that's where I think we need to put that effort. Technology integration and hybrid classroom or blended education methodology. That's in. I mean, just now Dr. Sanjay was taking the example of how COVID has forced that into this methodology, and now it continues. Everybody is doing online classes on weekends, and now you have a flexibility to give off just like that without losing your teaching hours, right? You can ask the children to get online, and they're happy to do that, right? So technology integration is not an option now. It's not even a choice. You just don't have a choice. It's got into the class, and we need to embrace it. I mean, so if you want to transition to facilitator, it can happen through these two steps. And I think this is one demand which all of us have been hearing about, breaking the subject silos. I don't know when exactly we will reach that stage, but definitely there is a talk about using you know multiple subject teaching together. Okay, that means I connect math and biology, I connect art with math problems. The other day we were interacting with somebody who's been doing creative art in schools, and we realized that there is so much of power AI can bring. I mean, this was a few months back. AI can bring to art integration. For example, nothing like if you want to teach a mathematical concept like symmetry to children, uh, it need not be just technical definition of what symmetry is, because symmetry is all around us in the nature. Don't you agree? But every flower you take, every leaf you take, all around us, nature has given us symmetry. And using those examples and also making children do some artwork, the concept of symmetry can be taught beautifully, right? In fact, now we have demonstrated in some schools where a math teacher can use art to teach math. And that's a beautiful way of doing it. I'm sure you agree, right? So multidisciplinary instruction is something which is something which need to do. And then that can happen in the fuel for that is a continuous development of teachers. Now, why I'm emphasizing this is we know that a lot of technology, because I worked in corporate world, technology companies, technology can be given, but the real usage is driven by the users, and the users need that kind of hand holding and training in both knowledge, skill, most importantly, the attitudinal aspect. That means they need to really own up the technology, right? The teachers need to own up the technology, and that can happen only with when we support them. So what we have built in our product offerings when we're talking about our platform is a component of teacher support. Okay, because we just don't want to give technology. We want to support them, and we are pretty sure that whatever training which we are going to give as a support, it can be counted as even the CPD hours which are there, 50-hour commitment which board, that can be, yeah, that can be logged against that, and then move on to the next set of skills. So this is a cyclical way where a spiral way where the teachers can continuously move and become better and better facilitators, and that's the demand of the time. Okay. So what is this platform? I'll just quickly run through it because showing is believing. Uh, so, but then I need to show quickly what is the expanse of this platform. So it's a blended learning platform. So that's my favorite. 10 years I've worked on the periphery of education, that is after school education. So I've been running an organization which is tutoring, online tutoring. Now it's online, it was offline tutoring before COVID. COVID, we became online, and we continue to do that. But one of the things which I learned, and most of my tutors told, is we don't know what is happening in the school, right? It's like a silo. What's happening in the school and what's happening in after school, especially in the tutoring, is that they are kind of disconnected. And we tried to collaborate, but it didn't happen, because in a school, if somebody comes and tells you, we are a tutoring organization, we want to work with you, what would be your standard reply? Get lost. Couple of principals told me that. Just get lost. We cannot collaborate with you because what will parents say? Yeah. So that's something which was happening, and therefore the child is burdened by learning something in the school, and most probably get the same thing gets repeated back in the tuition. And in most of the times our tuitions have become tutorials where they go ahead of the school. So the child is learning 5th chapter in school and 8th chapter in tuition. Look at the double whammy, isn't it? So this was something, an inefficiency which got crept in, and added to that is all this. What is that preparation which got loaded? JEE preparation and all, right? Then there's so much of workload on the child. Is the child truly learning? I mean, probably this is the thing which has been plaguing our education system, where multiple things the child has to do. There's a lot of confusion and a lot of stress on the child and on everybody too. Okay, so blended learning, when we're saying, we're talking about a platform which unifies inside and after school, in school and after school learning, where both the teacher and the student can log in, and probably a tutor can log in, and even a parent can log in as a tutor. In many households, the mother is the tutor, right? And the tutor mother needs to know what's happening in the class, needs to continue the learning path of what is happening in the class, continue to add value to the learning cycle of the child, and so that the child goes back to school with little more value addition. Okay, so NEP 2020 talks about blended learning a lot. Yeah. So there are a lot of these features which I'm going to show. I'll just quickly run through them. Automated content and resource generations, teachers can leverage this AI platform because it's quite good at it. And one can generate worksheets and competency-based assessments, etc. And assessment and feedback can also be automated using AI, right? That's one practical application which can be done. I think most of the pressure for a school teacher is in creating more and more formative assignments for a child. After a topic is taught, the only way the teacher can know whether the child has learned or not is by assessing on that particular topic for that day. Okay, and For that, the teacher has to generate some questions, and there are different types of questions. As sir was saying, the different questions you need to ask, whether the child has actually rote learned or actually understood the concept, different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. We'll come to that. We have integrated the 6 levels which sir talked about, the leftist and the rightist levels. Okay. So automated grading, after generating the questions, automatically grading. So AI can take over all these academic administrative tasks. I'm calling them academic, still they're administrative, because they consume a lot of your energy. Some of my tutors, sorry to say this, have been teachers for 15 years and all. They could not take the workload. They quit the system and they're just working for 4 hours tutoring online. Okay. Now, they narrate the stories of carrying bundles of answer sheets home, correcting while cooking, and even some of the family members doing the correction of the answer sheets because the workload is pretty high. Okay, so automatic grading, all kinds of assignment, and also some insights can be, I mean, notwithstanding some of the issues which AI still has, hallucinations and all, but fairly good output can be generated in terms of correction of the answer sheets. Even if they are handwritten answer sheets, it can be done. Okay, so that's something which can be done. And of course, this is something which is favorite. I'll just take a minute on this. Learning happens here in the mind of the child. All learning, right? And it cannot be addressed as a group of students. But our education system is a one-to-many system, whether we like it or not. But in the many, the individual is lost. Individual child is lost. Okay, so I think this is something which all of us know. Okay, one of the greatest gurus from Mahabharata, Drona, he didn't teach the same thing to all his shishyas, right? He taught different things to different uh, uh, students based on their style of learning, capability, what they bring to the table as a personality, and so on and so forth. And most recently, there is a slightly lesser famous actor like our Amir Khan sir, same name, Three Idiots. In the movie Three Idiots, he talks about the Amir Khan there talks about differentiated learning based on the strengths of the student, and that's the whole fight the protagonist in the movie puts up. Okay, so I think that's known. AI makes this happen. I mean, AI can really make this happen when there are 30 or 40 students. You can create learning path for each individual child and focus on the teaching part of it than generating content part of it. Okay, and you will be able to spend your valuable time on actually putting the emotions into what you are teaching to the child. And that's where you are needed as a teacher, not in the administrative task. So that's possible with the, sorry, yeah, one second. Yeah, quizzes, activities. And obviously, we are in the era of NEP, 5 years over. NEP is coming, and I'm sure many times I keep hearing that we will not have choice but to align. And CBSE is going whole out. NEP alignment, we hear so many things about SQA or SAFL exams, and HPC is coming up, a huge report. There's a lot of FLN talk and art integration. So all these things can be done in the platform. And therefore, what we are looking at is a unified digital ecosystem um, which can help the students, the teachers, the parents take care of the entire teaching learning process in school, after school. Now, often I get this question that, oh, are we teachers in the school should also take care of the after school education? You don't have to put that effort. You have to trigger it. You have to trigger it, and the child will continue the learning path at home. You can summon the help of the parent. In fact, in one innovative thing which we did in my tutoring organization is we used to send a WhatsApp message to the parent what was taught in the tutor class about what was taught on the day, to take it as a dinner table conversation about dwelling on the topic. And it worked very well with some of the many parents used to ask us, please tell us what we can do, how we can help you to do your job better. Okay, so and then of course we have an ecosystem where even the ERP, which is widely spread in the schooling system, we have something which can be added. We have a module which can take us. So everything which you need can be done in this platform. So that's about the platform. So what I'm going to do now, you need to tell me. I need to come there and do it. Oh, you can. Okay. Sorry for the glitch. Technology people are the people who suffer from technology always. Okay. Yeah. What I'm going to do is quickly demonstrate some of these features because I think you would like to see it in action than talking. Differentiated lesson plans, how lesson planning, sir was talking about making a lesson plan, stick to the lesson plan, and it's not just more of a what do you call a formality, but do whatever you want. I mean, you can take lesson plans very seriously and do it. And then we have a whole lot of module on assignment generation. We call it assignment generation, following Bloom's taxonomy, all 6 levels: HOTS, LOTS, left, right, center. Okay, then competency-based assessments. Okay, real-world problems we can take up and all, and then different types of questions, objective types and subjective types. Therefore, you can use a closer loop of formative assessments. Formative assessments need not be as FA1 and FA2. Formative assessment can be brought down to daily, a simple daily assessment. And what you can also do is summon the energy of the child for learning. What is learning using formative assessment? Let me give you an example. If a child is, let's say you taught a particular topic in linear equations on a given day, and you gave 4 or 5 problems to the child, and child goes home and attempts 3. Remaining 2 is unable to answer. How many times do we actually get into which are those 2 questions which the child was unable to answer, and why? The question is why? Because you taught in the class, but still this child is confused somewhere. So there we can actually get the power of AI to help the child do a little bit of take over the learning. There are a lot of AI, we can call it bot, we call it Sakha, a friend for the child, without judging the child, supporting the child to figure out what is the answer for that. Now, one of the problems initially when ChatGPT was launched, one of the things which was talked about was, hey, the children are going and feeding the questions and getting the answers, right? But now the world has changed a bit. ChatGPT has also learned. We have learned. So there is the AI can be used to actually have a kind of a Socratic dialogue with the child, not giving out the answer, but asking leading questions to lead the child towards that answer. So that way, those 2 questions he was unable to answer, he will still answer them and answer them correctly with some amount of scaffolding which happens, and that is happening at home. That is something which we cannot do in school for each child, because every child requires a different kind of scaffolding for a different concept, right? So that can happen. So that is something which we are going to see. And we can use all these assessments for diagnostics, academic audits you can do. One school was asking us, like, can we do an academic audit, so that, we know where the children actually stand, using a neutral assessment. We can generate shuffle type of questions and, give them practice before the actual shuffle exam which happens. And then fully automated and hybrid modes of things can be done. OSM, I think on-screen marking is now, CBSE is talking about it. 12th grade on-screen marking system has come in. Now I'm sure schools are also, to a certain extent, trying to gear up. I don't know if there is a circular from CBSE asking you to do that, but then, it may come. Okay, so on-screen marking for your own good. I mean, you may want to look at that. Then all kinds of dashboards and analytics skills. And today we are also going to talk about, in the afternoon session, one reading skills module, which is a foundation FLN module. But that's very, very important because 2047, India developed nation, the citizens of that time are sitting in our primary classes now, right? If they have to learn to be the citizens of that time. So we don't know what's in store for them. So let's do that. So can we switch the screen, Shishir, to the app? Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's go and see the demo. let's start with the first thing, lesson planning, quickly. That's my laptop. Please switch to the other laptop. Do you actually generate lesson plans, create them in school? How much of it is done in the beginning of the academic year? The lesson planning? Yeah, and it's something which is done for each teacher does for her class. Yeah, it's not circulated across classes. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Okay, so what we have here is Shishir will go a little fast if you're okay. Yeah, so let me guide you, do that. This is the login of the teacher. Okay, and this is the action center for the teacher. So what you see is the familiar chapter numbers, chapter names, and all. So we can probably pick up a subject like math or any chapter you can pick up. And so you can ask the system to actually generate a lesson plan directly. So you can choose certain parameters. Sure, would you be able to do that? Yeah. Okay. What chapter you're selecting? Data handling. Okay. So there's a board. We have the flexibility to change the board, state boards or any board. And then data handling in the chapter. And you could choose that you want some real world examples which you want to take in the class. Correct? You could choose either are there any homework suggestions or any student engagement activities which you would like to the system to tell us. Number of sessions, I think for paucity of time, he's talking about 4 sessions. So can you close the left panel, please, now that you have done that? Now, what's happening, why is it scrolling is there's no lesson plan PDF document inside the system. It is not being retrieved. It is being generated, okay, with certain parameters given, the chapter title, chapter name and all. See, the models can be trained on the content. So this model, what you're seeing right now is trained on CBSE curriculum. So you're seeing 4 sessions, I think 50-minute is a session, and where it is picking up how to go about doing each session, what content to be covered for the teacher, and what kind of examples or activities can be taken up in the class, and what kind of homework suggestions are also there, which can be given to the child. Now, this can be done any number of times because that's technology. You could probably, you may want, a particular teacher may want to expand it. Instead of 4 sessions, I want to do this in 6 sessions. Okay, so you could just generate it. And then you can save it. Now, one thing which we have thought through, and this is a contribution from Dr. Jacob, was, listen, don't take away the teacher. I mean, it should not be totally technology driven. So what you see on the top side is a little edit button where you can even edit it. Nothing in our system happens without the teacher previewing it and saying yes to that. I mean, we don't want to hand over the children to the system directly, at least in teaching part of it, right? So we still have the option of selecting or editing the lesson plan. You want to probably add one more activity or add a particular topic on a given day, and you will edit it, and you can actually save it. Saving will save it as a PDF. Yeah, so it can save, and then you could print it and use it in case you're more comfortable, because the teacher may not have access to a smart board in school or whatever reason. Okay, so and then download. Can we see one downloaded lesson plan? Yeah. Okay, so it's the same thing. So that's a lesson plan. What you also see here, this for 1 grade we have done, is the learning objectives. Okay, Now there's a whole hierarchy of curricular goals, then broken down into competencies, and then learning outcomes. There's a 1,000-page document as a teacher resources which was published pre-change of these textbooks. Right now the textbooks have changed. I don't know. Are you going to use these new textbooks now in your school? Are you rolling out this year? Up to 8th grade, new textbooks have come, right? Ninth also has come. Yeah. So this new textbook. So we have the entire new textbooks also on the system. My people have been waiting there for this. In fact, we were wondering 1 month back, why are there only 7 chapters in 8th grade math? So till they recently released the second part, part 2 of the thing. So then we have 14 or 13 chapters. Okay, so so now the important thing is the connecting it to the hierarchy. That means a smallest question which the child is answering, one item, it connects to the learning outcome, it connects to the competency, it connects to the curricular goal. So everything, the whole hierarchy is possible. So which means that is exactly what NEP is demanding. And I think the 40% weightage of academics in your score talks about getting your data from the system and putting it out there, not manually filling it at the end of the academic year. So that kind of data integration is something which we are looking at. So everything with the child does adds to this hierarchy of components. So thanks, Shishir. Can we move on? So lesson planning at the fingertips, you could do it for different learner levels of children. So let's say, for example, you have 10 students who need a little more relaxed lesson plan. You may want to generate something for them and take them little separately. I don't know how it can happen, but there is a facility. Practically how you would do, it's up to you. I mean, it's possible to do some additional classes for some children. Yeah. Can we move to class preparation? Okay, let's continue the journey with the same chapter. Now, this is something which as a support tool for the teachers. One of the things which obviously the teacher is expected to do, I don't have to repeat it, is uh, go ready to the class, but also go with a lot of real life examples and what's happening currently. In fact, when we were doing a demonstration to a 8th grade teacher in St. Mary's of Bombay, one teacher asked me, I mean, that was a time when the Operation Sindoor was happening. So there's a sound chapter in 8th or 9th grade in science. So they asked like, okay, ultrasound is there, ultrasound real life applications. Okay, so the conventional applications are there, medicine, it's used in, doctors use ultrasound scanning and all, right? So there's some of the 2-3 applications. So, but then what the system was able to pull out as real life application is how it is being used in Operation Sindoor currently for detecting certain things and all. So connected to what is happening right now with the real life examples of the current nature. So that's exactly what I'm sure the students need to know, right? Not something which happened 10 years back. So now that kind of a preparatory notes you can generate. Now, so what this module is about, it has generated a summary for the chapter. Yeah, has it generated a summary now? Now, what you could also do is probably this is the only place where we have given the facility to prompt the server, the AI, and the teacher can ask anything. Okay. For example, what Shishir is asked, what have you asked, Shishir? You asked what are the features, how pie charts can be used or various applications of pie chart. So it can generate various examples and all. And now the beauty of it is the teacher can prepare using this. There's a lot of notes which is coming up, a lot of content which is coming up before getting into the class, right? And then the same thing can be also given as a notes to children. Whatever you've generated the content, additional note can be saved as a PDF and passed on to the students. Okay, so you can assign it to student as a notes, whatever content which gets generated. So that's extra notes. I was always asked, again, tutoring, do you give notes? I don't know if still it's something which is a very predominant thing in schools also now. Parents expect some notes, right? Apart from, yeah, so there's content which they expect. So you can generate all the stuff and pass it on to the students. So class preparation is a very versatile module where the teacher can have a conversation with the AI and pick up any topic. Now, and prepare for each class he or she is getting into. Now, but then you might wonder, will it all give correct answers? We have built-in guardrails, multi-level guardrails, so that the content is within the overall curricular goals of CBSE. Now, but our system can also learn. We have done it for state boards also. It can learn for a state board. There could be slight difference. So it can be done for any system for that matter, as long as the raw material is available. It can learn and it can keep it. Now, this is a notes document. Yeah. So this image, I mean, there are images which can be built in, or videos can be generated. We know all AI capabilities. Images. Now, this image is not a search engine image which exists anywhere. It has been created by the server AI appropriately for that. So all these capabilities are harnessed and it can be done. So can we move on to the big one, the assignments module? Yeah. Oh, you generated video. Okay. Okay. You have sound output. Okay. What he's showing is a video which is generated. Everything is AI here except the content, of course. The avatar is AI and the pictures are AI. This is about cell structure. You didn't connect the speaker. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all right. We can understand. You have 10 seconds. Play, please.
1. Plasma membrane.
Okay.
The plasma membrane is the outer boundary of the cell. It is composed of a lipid bilayer with embedded proteins. 2.
Very,
Cytoplasm.
yeah, this very long
The
video, I know. Yeah,
cytoplasm
let's
is a
stop there. Yeah,
jelly-like
thanks.
substance within
Thanks,
the cell.
Shishir. We don't have time. Yeah. So such videos can be generated on any topic, and it all depends on the interest the teacher has, how much content she would like to use and give it to the class, and help the children. Okay. Let's move on to I think the heart of the whole system is assignments, which is about ability to generate questions. Okay. Uh, so yeah, please continue. You can set up a questionnaire for me, Shishir. So it's CBSE maths, whatever selection chapter. So now, can you pause for a second here? Now, this is where you're choosing which level of Bloom's taxonomy you would like to pick up questions from. Now, uh, I wouldn't like to undermine your abilities, but I think it's all of us find it difficult, really placing a particular question of which level it is. If I ask anybody, because I've been working with tutors, I've been facing this difficulty. But then the system can do that. What he's doing is, if you see, silently Shishir is trying to generate 3 MCQs. Now, that's the 2 columns which are there is 3 choice questions. You can also give 3 choice questions and only 2 the child can answer. Even the choice question ability, that is something which is there in our pattern, exam pattern, right? So 3 out of 3 answers each. The third column is 1 mark question. Match the following in the remember level, assertion reasoning. Assertion reasoning is something which is silently crept into the, I think it's Shuffle, which has introduced. Am I right? Before that also was there. Were you giving them in your regular test in the assertion? Yeah, you did. So assertion reasoning questions at understand level, a long answer question, which is long answer is a subjective question. Now, what is generating is a subject. All the others are objective type. Long answer at apply level, 2 questions, 2 marks, 2 questions, all to both have to be answered, and 4 marks each. And then a case study type of question. Okay, okay, save. You want to do this, Shishir? Okay, it does not take too much time. You overload it. We don't have time. Yeah, I'm sure you have understood that. Okay, so what it's doing again, it's generating. Yeah, so we have given what you want. You chose all your menu options, configured your assignment, and it's kind of generating this for 8th grade math data handling. We need to wait. I mean, are we using mobile data? Wi-Fi. Yeah. Yeah. Now this is a container. You can use it for multiple purposes. You would like to use the assignment module for creating your formal test papers. For example, FA1 or FA2 or SA1. You can choose the 3 chapters from which it need to be picked up, what type of questions, what type of weightages. In fact, what we have also added as a workflow is, I'm sure when you are creating your formal question papers, one of your concerns is you would like to keep it as neutral as possible, right? So you could ask 3 to 4 teachers to generate or 4 question papers, get them reviewed by another set of teachers, and whatever after review, let's say 2 question papers are selected, they can stay with the admin. And on the given day, the admin can choose which one out of the 2 will be administered. So that entire workflow is created so that, you know, the secrecy and the integrity of the assessments is maintained. Right? All of us would like, I mean, as school leaders, you would like that integrity to be there, right? So we don't want our children to, you know, get to know the questions before. Yeah. So this is, can you start from the beginning, please, Rishi? Yeah, thanks. Oh, you should. I mean, I don't know whether people have been observing, but I would like to quickly, yeah, yeah, sorry, multiple choice questions. Remember, now what I want to highlight is the correct answer is given. For example, the first question, what type of graph uses pictures, pictograph? There's a small little icon there. It also gives why it is the correct answer. The teacher needs to know, right? I mean, why it's the correct answer, yeah? So, so that's how it is. And you see an edit button everywhere. The teacher can edit the marks, edit one of the options, all that. So can you go up, please, quickly? Yeah. So match the following type of questions, and then can you go up again? Assertion, reasoning, correct answer, and the explanation. Now, long answer is an interesting thing I want to talk about. See, there is a, first of all, I think the question 6 is, can we call it a competence-based question? Competency question? I mean, it is connecting to some real life stuff, right? Okay. Now, there is a correct answer which is given, and what you see below is a rubric for evaluating that. Now, why are we doing that? We want the system to evaluate it objectively. And when the answer goes back to the system for evaluation, we don't want it to use something else. The logic which it used while generating the question, same logic should prevail. So what is generated is a rubric. What it is telling the teacher is, this is the rubric I'm going to use to evaluate the answers when the child's answer comes to me. So for every question, a rubric is generated at the time of generation itself. So, yeah. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Ma'am, actually, you don't give the prompt before. You assign it to students after generating. For example, for very smart people, no, need not be. Need not be.
But then it might create a kind
For
of
assessments you're talking about or day-to-day practice?
assessment.
Okay. For assessment, you can give it to the same question paper.
But then the child will not be able to perform so well.
No. Let me understand the question. You want to give the...
When I, as a physical teacher, as a human teacher, when I'm setting the question paper of a class with 30 children, I know my children and their understanding and everything, standards.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I'm setting the question paper, I know
where they
are and how to set the question and choose. So when my AI is doing it, how to go about? That is my question.
Okay, ma'am. So one thing is you want to give the same question paper to all the children. That's what you're saying? Is it the same question paper? Yeah.
I don't want any kind of inferiority complex. That there should not be 2 sets where set 1 is I don't want a basic and a standard paper. I want the same paper where there should be some questions which not so smart children can attend, and everyone should be in the level of 50%, at least minimum.
Okay.
So how to go about?
Okay,
that was my question.
I'll answer. I'll let him to answer that. You have seen a dialog box where you are configuring your questions, where for each question and question type you are choosing the Bloom's taxonomy level, which is a difficult level. You will choose your right mix of questions there. you will configure it. So whatever your freedom of configuring when you are configuring without AI stays with you. So you are choosing those questions, right? So you will, obviously you won't choose all HOTS questions. You will choose some LOTS questions in that. You will choose some HOTS questions in that, so that everybody still gets the same question paper and everybody gets to score based on their level they are in. So so you have already seen that dialog box. So this tremendous amount of flexibility you have got to pick up what level you want to set the paper. In case you want to give home assignments which are specific to that child, only to that child, you can do that also. You can do that also. And that you will see in the next screen how you can assign, you can generate so many, for each student you can generate a separate assignment at a student level. Okay, that's a flexible. I'm not saying, you will do it for, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So let's move on. Shishir, rubric, we're done. Yeah. Okay. So now can we assign it to a student? Are we assigning it? Yeah. So that's where you assign. So basically, now this is where I need to speak up a little. Because I've been meeting some schools. People said, look, I mean, my students don't have access to technology. They're not supposed to use. The technology is banned at home. Screen time is limited. So all kinds of variations are possible. Now, what we have created is the teacher can choose here whether you want to assign it online to the student, or you can just generate it, print it, and send it as a PDF, or print it physically and administer it as a worksheet. All these options exist. So you can suddenly go offline in between the learning cycle and come back online for correction. In fact, there is one place where we are doing this. They want to the children to answer the questions manually at home and then scan them and put it back into the system, and the correction is done by the system. So one part of the cycle is not online. So that's also possible. Yeah. So have you assigned it to a student, Shishir? So we assign it to a student. You can pick a class, section. These 3 students need to get this assignment. These 10 students need to get this assignment. So as a whole section, as a whole grade, or as one student, all those flexibilities are there in terms of assignment. So this is a printout. What Shishir is showing is a science question paper. It's a printed PDF format. You can straight away print it and use it in the class the way you want it. So all those kinds of flexibilities are there. Now, Shishir is going to show how does this child answer that question, the student side, quickly. Are we showing that, Shishir? Okay, thanks. Now, this is the student login, the other side. An assignment has been generated and given to the student. Student gets to see. The student answered this question. Yeah, can you quickly answer a few of them, and would you like to answer? Or upload the answer sheet. Now, there's a scan sheet. The child, so that option is also there. The child has answered it in something. Okay. Now, what you're showing is he is illustrating lack of time, because in fact, I wanted to give that question paper. I'll tell you, I don't know if that school, what is the school, Rajesh, where we went? I don't think we should name the school. One particular school, I was asked, okay, generate a question paper, give it to my math teacher. She will answer the questions. You upload in front of me the answer sheet and get it corrected. And let's see how your system works. I was there. So, and it's a short five question answer question paper was created. The math teacher answered them, and I think it's 10 marks. She got some 8 marks out of 10. So obviously I thought something went wrong. A math teacher getting 8 out of 10 for a simple 4th, 5th grade math. So, but then luckily she said, look, I mean, she saved me. I deliberately answered one question wrongly, and one good thing was in the correction, she also the system pointed out what step it went wrong, because the rubric is there. The rubric is already there, so you can clearly figure out. Okay, so what have you done? You have uploaded the answers. Yeah, thanks. So we uploaded the answers, and can we see that? Now this is what. Now this has been scanned and uploaded. The system can correct it, and can we see the result? You're submitting it now? Yeah. You're going for evaluation? Yeah, great. So what the system is doing is that particular answer sheet is getting evaluated now. Okay, and let's see, we can see the result of that, the correction. So, so now this is something which I think is a great time saver for teachers. Okay, if it, what is the rough percentage of time which goes into answer sheet correction for a teacher? Yeah, for each one. No, okay, subject wise. But typically, what percentage of their time goes in per day? Okay. So that's a lot, is it? So is it around 10%? Yeah, faster. Yeah, it takes. Okay, so our estimation and most of the studies, oh, okay, that's a lot of time. So our estimation and some of the studies done elsewhere show that around 40 to 50% of teachers' time can be saved, productivity improvement in terms of, these mundane things like creating question papers or even evaluating that. Because with the advent of AI, this can be automated. Okay, we don't need to do that. Okay, and we have fairly built-in mechanism in terms of even checking whether it is doing it correctly. Now, what you're seeing is the answer. Shishir, can you explain the blue, what is the child's answer? The child's answer is area of park equal to blah blah blah, and the blue is what is expected. See, what the system is doing is, when it is generating the question, it is not only generating the answer, a model answer it is generating, and it is also generating a rubric. So it therefore, using the rubric, it compares and does a step-by-step comparison. In the third step is where the child did not get the mark. So it's pretty clear. Now, still, we are not saying this is final. Who has the control? The teacher. The teacher can accept this or teacher can reject it. And over a period of time, once the teacher uses the system over a month and she gets the confidence that, okay, this is fairly working for me, she may continue to just click and save and go ahead, and that will save tremendous amount of. So now, why am I talking about this is, I think the teacher's time should be utilized better to connect to the children, to emotionally connect to the children, give personal attention to each child, understand why they are not able to do certain things, why the learning outcomes are not coming out. So again, all children need that kind of attention, and that is something which gets freed for you. Okay, do you agree? Isn't that the role of a teacher? Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So, okay, now thanks. We are done, right? Assessment. Yeah. Okay. Time. Okay. Timekeeper. Okay. Now I think this is another thing which we. Before I come to this, I just want to close the session to talk about where can we use these assignments. As I said, lots of competence-based questions can be generated. So one of the use case I find is, if you're preparing children throughout the year for shuffle type of questions, for the shuffle grades, the 6th grade, 3, 5, 8, which is after they move to 4, 6, 9. 4, 6, 9. So I think somewhere in August, September it happens. July, August it happens. So summer you can utilize. You can utilize summertime to prepare them, make them practice. During the break they can practice, or this 1 month, initial 1 month which you do, you can make them practice those tough questions. In fact, you can do it throughout the year. What stops us from doing throughout the year? Every assignment can be, which you generate at the end of every day's class, can be used that way. Okay, so that's how it works. What we are seeing here, I wish I had a slightly better resolution. Now, this is a dashboard of the principal level. So what you're seeing here is, can you read out the percentages from your screen, please? On the left side pie chart, 23% of the people. So the 3 levels, you can see a green and a yellow and a red. Green is a star, and yellow is achiever, and the third one, the learner. Red is learner. We are not saying they are bad or average or below average. We don't want to use that words. Okay, so learner, red. So this is which grade is this, Shishir? 8th grade. You're seeing school name is there, academic year, school name, 8th grade, all sections. 23% of the students are doing well. Majority, there is a bulge in the middle. They are achievers. few students are less than 50% kind of score. It's also giving subject-wise charts in terms of in each subject, how are they faring. And on the left side, the line graph talks about FA1, FA2, SA1, SA2. How is the graph moving for the students? This is a mock data. So what you're seeing is how is the performance? Is it improving over the period of year? You are able to see this for the entire grade. I'm sure you have some usage for this kind of a data. You would like to make decisions. Okay, this grade needs little more. See, any dashboard, my belief, I mean, coming from a corporate background, is that any dashboard should lead to some action. It should have actionable information. Am I right? It's not for academic sake you're viewing it. It should prompt you to take some action. So which grade requires some support? Which section within the grade requires some support? Or you may want to translate it to, though we don't formally call it, you may want to look at which teacher, okay, is able to get the learning outcomes better. Okay. Now all the performance, because at a granular level, the data is getting captured, right? At each student level, each item level, every question he is answering is getting captured. So all those percentages are visible. Can we move on to section comparison? This is the overall summary. Okay. Now let's say there are two sections, A and B, FA1, FA2, all the exams. You can collapse them. Overall, what percentage? The computer subject, English, Hindi, math, science, social studies, Telugu. So all the data is visible, the same set of students. Then you would know that, for example, in computers, section A on the leftmost bar chart, section A has a larger red area, right? So section A seems to have some problem. You know, there are children who are struggling in computer section. You may want to call your computer teacher and say, hey, what's happening? Like, do you need some support? Do you need some extra time to work with the children? So that's the kind of decision making you can do. So section wise, you can break down. And then you could also look at things like for example, overall performance of the student, or you can go. Now, this is the teacher's dashboard. Now, what he has moved into the teacher. See, ultimately, the hierarchy is you start at a principal level, and then principal is looking at all classes, all grades. A teacher may look at a particular grade, which he or she is teaching. So, and then a teacher may want to get into one particular student's performance. Okay. So, a student's performance over a period of time. Comparison with what you see below is a graph which is talking about how is the child's performance compared to the mean of the class, average of the class. Okay. So now one school, I remember one of my colleagues said they want to use this kind of a dashboard in PTM. When parent comes, they would like to know, okay, my child is getting 60%, but where does it stand in the section? I mean, he is above average, above all the people, or below. What is it? So you may want to look at these kind of numbers, and in subject wise, you may want to look at. Or and more interesting thing, I think more actionable is what is showing is chapter level performance. You can drill down to any level, right? So chapter level, for example, you have the chapters. Algebraic expression. Which grade is this? This is 8th grade. 8th grade algebraic expression. There are various topics under that. Now, and a particular child, on an average, in 25-26, he's got 67.64. But within the chapter, there are some topics where he is struggling. Multiplying monomial by monomial, he's just got 41%. Okay, now that's one particular topic where this child has a problem. He scored low on that particular topic. And now you can reverse this and say, who are the children, which is the topic where maximum children are struggling in my class? Now, what would you do with that information? You will redo. You may do a remedial class. You may do an extra class on that particular topic. There are 3 topics in which my, say 50% of the students are struggling. So let me, probably they didn't understand when I took the class better. Let me take one more class as a teacher, and that will help me. Okay. Or maybe you can give, you don't even have to take class. Maybe you want to give more practice assignments to them. little more practice assignment. So what you're doing is you're proactively taking measures. That's what dashboards are meant for, analytics are meant for. You are proactively working on this, what action you can take. It's not about evaluation. It's about proactively detect what can go wrong in future. Now, if you leave this unattended, the child can go wrong. I mean, the final exam he may not. And in fact, even moving beyond the grade, that gap will remain. You won't believe one experience I've seen in tutoring. When children come, a child is in 9th grade and he doesn't know 6th grade level topics. It's not his fault, honestly. Probably he didn't understand, it was not clarified, and that remains. That gap has to be filled. There is no choice. Unless that gap is filled, the 6th class topic is taught again. That's what we have learned in the tutoring. The teacher, I tell the tutor, go to 6th grade level. He's in 9th class. Go to 6th grade level. Teach that topic. Then come to the next level. Because that's what is mastery learning, isn't it? I mean, we talk about Bloom's taxonomy. Benjamin Bloom first talked about mastery learning concept. It's a simple concept. Don't go to the next topic unless the previous topic has been mastered. Okay. If it is not mastered, don't even go teach the next, because the moment you teach that, children resort to rote learning because they didn't understand. They only memorize it. Right? Is it? So I don't understand multiplication unless I understand addition, right? Because multiplication is nothing but repeated addition. So there is a hierarchy in the concepts, and that needs to be acknowledged and taught. So mastery learning is an important concept. There are references of that in NEP. Okay, children have to master the concepts on a continuous basis, on a day-to-day basis, no backlog. I'm sure that's what we would like to do, and AI makes it possible. Yeah, sir, I'm good. Do we have anything else in dashboard? Oh, I'm done. So you were signaling 5 minutes. I'm giving back 5 minutes. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope it was meaningful. Okay, yeah. So thank you. So
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure you're hungry. The intensity with which clapping is done tells me that, okay, I need to really control myself in terms of keeping up time. So thanks a lot. We'll come back again for a wonderful session by Dr. Sanjay post lunch. Yeah.
Sir, we will now gather on the stage for a photograph. Post that, we'll break for lunch. And after the lunch break, we'll have Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan again at 2 p.m. for our session. So everybody kindly gather for the
Hope
picture.
I didn't take away your time, sir. Thank you.
Please come out.
We'll start the next session sharp at 2 o'clock, and the lunch time is for 45 minutes. After the picture, we will have the lunch break.
I don't mind then. If somebody wants to.
No, we mind.
Fine, it's everybody's at home.
No, sir, you sit.
Thanks. Thanks. Don't ask for smile, okay?
Yes.
Who's the main photographer? He has to get everybody into the frame, so that's his concern. Sir, we have given him also a surprise. He's mentally not prepared. जैसे आपको सुबह surprise हुआ था. Lunch time कटूंगा. आपको lunch नहीं मिलेगा. Ma'am, you should also join us, please. आइए, please. Distance he needs to get. It's in which field? One photo at a time. Yes. People whom we are calling back to come back or not?
You're out. Should I go out and say? Should I go out? I have.
I'll call them.
But I'll also go.
You are talking, addressing people who are already back.
I will
Yeah,
go.
please, I'll get them. I'll get them.
And you'll say no. And you'll say no. I'll just close the door so that we can start.
Close the door?
Sir, please. Because we are already to 5, so thanks. You have something to? Sure. Okay. You know what we'll do is, I know This is called the graveyard session, very difficult. But I'll get into the subject because we just have 75 minutes and all of you have really taken out time and your phones are burning with people missing you a lot at school and all problems coming to work is missing. So let me come to some of this. We talked about this. However, I will. What is the meaning of this? These have been some of the observations we have done when we went to school. What is this? Performance is not. इसका मतलब क्या? Exam does not. Results does not mean mastery of the subject. I can score 9. And today, I can tell you that schools are under so much pressure. Whenever I go to any social gathering, they will introduce saying, I'm a school, I have 2,000 students. 1,000 students. Matlab, number of students is an important social number to be accepted. And now there are very clear rules. Of course, you are all academicians, but you also have the other side. What I said, na sab grah ek saath jana chahiye, trustee, principal, then you should get good parents. Then only the school operates in a very good manner. However, what we saw is, and nowadays you go to any school in Andhra and in Telangana, I think in the entire country I noticed two extremes. And you'll be proud. Let me start with the good one. It's buzzing with schools. And the good news is the fee you charge is the highest in the country. If you take out the top schools of take out the IB of Bombay and this thing, your average fee will be, don't worry, this is in the room. Otherwise, there's a lot to be done. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying you're in the right space. Lot of buzz is happening. See, the fact that yours is the first Sahodaya which did a AI playbook. Others are still grappling with basic. Just tells us how far you are thinking on some of it. Second, now I'll come to the extreme dysfunctionality. IITJE has created havoc in your schools. After 10th, your schools have become phantom schools. Don't worry, with our kind of culture, nursery क्या पैदा होने से ही, I'll give you this example. In my book which I wrote, I was sitting in the school and the principal was, and this school was such a big school that उसका waiting list होता है 3 साल 4 साल का, okay? And unless you are not the chairman of a Tata company, you won't get admission. I'm just giving, like in this school, the security guard is trained how to read visiting cards. So if you're not a vice president, he won't let you in. I'm just telling you. So I'm sitting with this principal and she got a call and she's saying, no, it's okay. There is enough time. Don't worry. We'll be in touch. And I said, ma'am, aisa kya ho gaya ki you are saying don't worry. She's saying, no, this lady called me for admission. She's a senior person. She's just come the family way. कितने साल के बाद के लिए she's calling up now. So what I'm saying, so how much pressure you are that you go to any school, 99%, 98%. So what happens is educators are being forced to do things which they should not be doing. See, it is like us going to a doctor and the patient telling, "Hey, काम करो ना, heart का मत करो यार, knee का करो." And the doctor saying, नहीं, मैं knee का ही करता हूँ ना, क्योंकि trustee भी बोल रहा है, आप भी बोल रहे हो. अरे फिर हमें डॉक्टर होने का क्या जरूरत है? Number 2 is you should be very clear between values and rules. Rules will change with time, not values. So don't have too many values. Have 2 or 3 core values. My school will stand for this. That can't change. My school believes in creating students for what you say social skills. That naturally will keep changing with time. But if a school does not give value, then what is that school for? So you have to be very clear don't impose your values. Like I remember going to a school, very, very traditional Sanskrit school. Every time they'll touch the feet of the guest. Arey, ye bahut ho gaya, yaar. But I can't tell it. So point I'm making, be clear what is your value system. But if you think we are forced to do it, nobody forces anything on educators. It means you have a weak argument or weak need that you are not able to show data to your parents. We'll also show techniques how you can show data to your parents. Please understand, parents want only IIT JEE. It's so bad here in Andhra and Telangana, right? And we know the story. But why is it bad? It is fundamentally bad because our pedagogy practices don't give a all-round view of a student before time. Right? I'll explain that through the HPC. So please don't put up those marks. I know. I also noticed there are two types of principal room. Before that, I noticed two types of security guard. If may I share it? The first type of security guard, I recently went to a school in Bombay. He said, I went in. He said, एक register होता है. दुखी था. दुखी आत्मा रहता है usually security. लिख लो sir जो लिखना है. So whether I wrote a 10-digit number or a 7-digit number, he didn't care. Life was already miserable for him, right? And that he said, you go, you search, and find God. That's how he left me alone in that school. There's one more security who will smile. And he'll say, Mr. Radhakrishnan, you have a meeting with our principal now, 10:30, go straight, turn right. Second, I also noticed how principals teach their non-teaching staff, how they treat. I have never found a school, in my opinion, progressive school is what I define, where people are not happy. Even the person who brings tea will come and say, how are you? And these, in my opinion, are cultural artifacts of a school. And I've noticed two types of principal's cabin. One principal's cabin, you enter, like I went in a school in Coimbatore, पीछे इतना ट्रॉफी कप क्या क्या नहीं था, मतलब 150 थे. इंडिया के जितना प्लैनेट में जितना कप्स होता है ना, वो सब थे. मैं देख रहा था एकदम, और उसको साफ करने के लिए एक बंदा भी रहता है. Okay, and you're sitting behind her is that big Bahubali type of a backdrop, and you're a mere speck. Then there is one more type of a principal where nothing is there in the table. Now tell me, what does both of them indicate to outsiders like us? You understood the question? What does it tell you about the school? Yes? जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. Wow, amazing. But what does it tell you from a educator point of view and to this point? That's performance is so good. So tell me how Durandar 2 was tomorrow. Okay, anyway, sorry. Yes, you were saying something. Please notice, such a school celebrates success. Half success. Such a principal, when they start saying, I care for slow learners, jamta hi nahi hai. You cannot say something and do something else. Let me give you a simple example. We had lunch, correct? Please just follow my instructions closely, if you can. Please raise your non-writing or what a functional and left hand. Please rate your left hand. Please follow my instructions very closely. Okay? Please encircle your middle finger. Rest of the fingers are drooping. T is still far away. Thoda straight kar dijiye. Okay? It should be straight. Without wasting much time. Quickly on the count of 1. When I say 3. 1, 2, 3. Bring it to your cheek. Quickly to your cheek. Cheek. Yes. अरे आपका चीक वहां कैसे गया? ओह, ये क्या है? Chin. अच्छा, तो okay, I saw a lot of people moving like this and all. But why? What happened? Because even in this room in Hyderabad, people follow what you do, not what you. So if such a principal tells me, oh, I care for co-learners, I love inclusivity, equitable, section 3.4 of NEP, I have a separate car parking for myself. वो सब दिखता है. The point I'm making is you should be very careful if you are in educator. I know to be an educator, come running institution, but performance is not learning. Please be very clear when you are, telling that people are performing. They may have not learned that particular concept. Yeah. Second, short-term gains versus matlab kya? Students scored 80% in the written what you say? What is it called? PT2, no? Period PT1, PT2 test. बहुत खुश हो गए, average भी बढ़ गया. But over a period of time, is it like our periodic tables? जो काम का ही नहीं आया life में, right? कुछ काम का नहीं है, तो look at whether you are making your people mastery. That is where as educators we have to engage. And please encourage dissent in your arguments with your people. Good education systems encourage dissent. What is dissent? Dissent. Not decent, dissent. Dissent, no, वो वाला नहीं. Dissent means where you are giving room for contradictions. What is the other word of dissent is, dissent or argument or disobey. Not agreeing. What a nice word. Yes, not agreeing. Such a mild word. You must encourage people. Because without dissent, you will not get reality. Please avoid people, and I'm telling you, you should know that how you are like fish in a glass bowl. Huh? Like, I'll give you a simple example. I went to drop my kid because he missed the bus. 90% he misses the bus. So we went, my wife also came. She said, you saw the principal? I said, नहीं यार, मैं तो busy था. देखा आज बहुत serious था. मैं बोला यहाँ से 1 किलोमीटर दूर. तुमको कैसे पता है कि वो serious है यार? नहीं आज थोड़ा चलने में थोड़ा अलग लग रहे थे. That is how people analyze you. And that is why I still don't understand that in your, usually every school publishes its diary, what is it called? The magazine. If it is a, sorry? Alumni बाद में आता हूँ, magazine. Almanac. Okay, that magazine. If it is a male principal, he'll have 3 pens. Lady principal, then a laptop next to it. Compulsory hai. Now I don't understand what these images are telling. Oh, is it a technology-driven school? But they will write everything there in English. We are a child-centric and this and that. This is where I believe in consistency. You should be very careful of your website, your images. What is that you're telling? What is that your teachers are doing? Please understand, at the end of the day, you have 70 teachers if you have 2,000 students. And each one of them delivers your brand experience. They make the difference. That is why in some schools, I remember, they'll say, "Arey, tomorrow is a surprise visit of the principal at 2:30 p.m. क्या फायदा? सबको पता है आप आने वाले हो. Right? So, if you are doing that, you should be very clear. Third, fast learning is not. Sometimes, that is why, I'll give you this real irony, but in a humorous way. Students, and first, please avoid calling them children after they become adolescent. एक तो उनसे जम नहीं जाता because they are all discovering puberty. They don't want to be children. So please call whatever it is other than children. Second is students who have studied, girls and boys, 11th and 12th in a school and then go to college usually can't handle the transition. I don't know if you have seen it, but suddenly वो आजादी नहीं हो जाता है क्योंकि एक आपको कट्टा में बैठ सकते हो, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है. The whole thing is about peer influence. Peer smoke, you will smoke. I mean, immediately we can think of our own siblings and kids, but the fact is, why? Because the school compresses you like that they can't handle freedom over a period of time. I'll give you a simple example is when I was in a Harvard class. 2 things they broke me. One, they said, don't call me by sir, call me by name. I'm not used to it. Now, हम तो brownie points कमाते हैं ना. So, ma'am, good morning, sir. Ma'am, duster ले लीजिए, ये ले लीजिए. Correct? That second, they said that you will dissent with me on everything I say in the class. And I'm not used to it. हम लोग तो brownie, अरे वाह, very good point, sir, very good point. So sometimes that is the reason teachers are not able to engage students in 11th, 12th. You tell a biology teacher to teach reproduction, she behaves like a dulhan in the class. Nahi dulhan. No, I can't handle it. Forget about the students asking questions. The teacher is all shy. I don't know if you have seen how they sweat. The students are well educated. Huh? We used to get educated by our friends and streets, but now digital has taken over. So, but that this is a problem, right? And sometimes when you're doing value education, my request, this is applicable. Don't give answers in value education. Value education cannot be taught, it has to be explored. You understood what I'm saying? How do people do normally? Honesty. Children, you must be with H capital. ऐसा थोड़ी होता है यार. The point I'm making is you must be very clear how this, because you can't engage, they disconnect with us. So I asked this set of students in Kolkata, they were, all of them used to go for private tuition. So I asked them, आप private tuition क्यों जाते हो? They said, ना क्या सर ना 15 minutes before going to private tuition, we can connect with our friends. जो मजा ना हमें नहीं आता है. So they were not going for private tuition for private tuition. So imagine if your school can offer that. तो क्या होगा? प्राइवेट ट्यूशन का 2000 रुपए कम हो जाएगा, आपका फी भी बढ़ जाएगा. So don't put them under so much like a factory. You know, right? In my last session, I showed photographs that why you had benches in school. You knew that the benches in school were created because in 1880 they were used to work factories and benches. Bells were rung in factory, तो school में bell लेके आ गया. अरे भाई वो इसलिए तो अभी सॉफ्टवेयर क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग तो bring that in. I know uniforms are important. You need some standardization, but that's not everything, right? Like when we grew up, this question. But today there is logic. Now I don't know if you know, somebody very interesting told me, you know, we put column in Tamil, we call it column outside the. Yes. No, I didn't know. First somebody said, no, that's for ants. But when the Cholaka transcripted 2500 years back, where they said where the woman in the house use it more for drawing how she will map her day. She needed clarity of thought at 4 a.m. So she'd say, ये काम होगा, ये उसका coding था. But हमने साइंस को पूरा बंद करके दफन करके ग्रेवयार्ड में डाल दिया, saying don't ask me a question. And today suddenly we are saying, अरे we discovered zero. But where is that we don't encourage critical thinking in our culture? How? Check in your staff room. Who talks the maximum? Who do you think talks maximum in your meetings? Because other than language teachers? Achha, not the principals. Otherwise. So also notice, yeah, that is also good that you allow. So please go for deep. Leave people perturbed. Don't try to solve problems in a classroom. Agree to disagree and leave them in that state. The more you leave people in a state of confusion, the better you can solve the problem. Yes. Don't play the role of Mehuna. Mehuna. And that is why you notice many times people come and give you their monkeys very easily. How do you know monkeys? I'll give you again two types of Mehuna principle. Usually the annual day na, is a big event in school. पहला तो पॉलिटिक्स स्कूल है, अभी नहीं बुलाते, टाइम पे नहीं आते. तो अभी क्या होता है कि one type of principle, which don't meet me 10 days before. I'm very busy. And after 10 days, because it's traumatic. Because why? She has to be, hey, वो शादी वाला, फूल वाला, carpet वाला, डायरी नहीं है, ये नहीं है. Just you don't understand, Sanjay, the day I don't go to school, nothing. It will have actually set you up for failure. It's not your job. And where will deep learning happen if you do all that? Where do you think principal should spend maximum time? Today, a principal doesn't spend more than 1% in classroom. Chance ही नहीं है. Because everywhere people start pulling you in from 5 directions. But what is your fundamental job? Is deep learning happening?
Constantly check mails from CBS.
Constantly? सुबह पढ़ना चाहिए था ना. But they also give you not a Saturday or whatever time. Evening. So, but of course you can blame everybody around you, including the Iran war. But you're all running schools, right? Yes. And what is over support? Please, bache, you understood? Ah, yes. Please avoid this. That is why students, I've noticed, till standard 5, 6, teachers who teach standard 5, 6 and teachers who teach 10, दोनों में देखो क्या अंतर है. दोनों एक साथ बैठ के चाय भी नहीं पिएंगे. Because वो 10 वाला बोलेंगे, यार तुम्हारा तो बहुत easy है, मेरे यहाँ पे करके दिखाओ. That is why you have a hierarchy of teachers in a school. Usually the English teacher or potential principal का chair लेने वाले. Because English speaking is so important. Thank God it is reducing today. Right? Unfortunately, we are doing. But the point we are making is doing for your own. But today's session is not about how you're managing your teachers. It's about learning. So please ensure that this comes in the behavior of your teachers. Right? And classroom observation, I have noticed, has become symbolic. I don't know if it is in your school, but many schools it is symbolic. So you have to give formative classroom observation to your teachers, not summative. Let me give me your favorite. Anybody here into music, deep music, any cultural Tyagaraja or something like that? Anybody here who follows good music?
Listens.
Listens. Which who's your favorite singer?
I like MS.
You like MS? Great. I know a little bit about MS. See, now, MS, if you notice, have 3, 4 songs. They're not same.
Yes.
Correct?
Voice.
And even the way she brings in some of the alap is very different. You will not like her for the Nagumo song as much as you like Bal Murli. Like, she will stand out more for the Sanskrit version. So
Bhaja Govindam is very good.
Bhaja Govindam is very good. Correct? Now the question is, your teachers are like MS. So you cannot be, so you have to slightly nudge them. Every teacher has a favorite topic in that subject.
Yes. Everyone. Very good.
Right? And nowadays you have the concept of mother teachers. You have that?
Yes.
So ho gaya abhi Kalyan. Because you are asking tea now, go in.
Experience.
Breath. She was no maths teacher, you plucked her away and made her all teachers. How she'll teach history? Who was born when? When did Akbar die? Ho gaya. Was Akbar secular? Bichara grave se uthega. Problem is, every teacher has biases.
Yes.
And as a system, you have to pull out that biases without hurting them. It may make sense to you?
Yes.
Right? That I agree. AI doesn't have biases. People are, but we have people know. People enjoy biases. People disrupt themselves on biases.
We have mother teachers till grade 2 on this day.
Oh, so sad.
History and all that. The history they don't have.
They don't have. So you'll say what?
Kind of.
But okay, and also hints. Hints reduce lot, and please avoid this KBC. Count by like char. So children, tell me, and this thing, what are the 4 options? Okay, you answered. What it does to you? Hint makes you
Some support. Like
yes.
waiting. The child is waiting for some support.
And that is why, especially in the question answer, in the exam, they just read the keyword.
Yes.
And they don't read the whole question and it just...
So imagine now, all you have to do is go back to your parents and say, I studied your children and we'll give some nice lingo, don't worry. For them, we have created this. And hence, we are doing this personalized adaptive learning. Jada fee bhi de dega. But the point is, it's a question of how you put the narrative to yours. Please understand, people will always push back when the change is logical and it is not psychological. If you want a change, it should operate at both logical and
Psychological.
not logical only. So please push for this. My option of spending more time, 5 minutes is, बस मैं यही चाहता हूँ. आज लोगों ने पूछा, आज कैसा था session? You should not say lunch अच्छा था, बाकी याद नहीं है. At least ये slide याद रखो. Okay. Similarly, yes, very important. Find connect, not just recall. Right? I mean, I can tell you, I just love history because of that. Or unfortunately, I didn't bring an example. Otherwise, I would have played an example, which is my favorite. But all people want is emotions in a classroom. Or teacher ko bolo chino mat yaar. And you are there to protect the teacher from administrative work. And please don't make them fill up 10 times the same form, yeah. Use technology. Same attendance. And that is why will come to where you should do and not do with them. Right? And knowledge must be durable and matlab kya?
Knowledge should retain forever.
Give me an example. I'll give Gyan, you have to give me examples. Yes.
Knowledge should retain forever. Knowledge, whatever knowledge we are imparting, it should retain forever.
Correct, but it's a what? Give me an example. I agree with you, ma'am. Give me an example.
Like if I ask students, like practical thing like cycling, they never forget. So how they have learned cycling, so they can swimming also. So we should impart the knowledge.
And how will you teach physics like cycling?
We can connect with that.
So then you should have a method to measure if your teacher is doing that.
Yes.
Well said. And how is it transferable? Sir, please pause it. I hope there's no loss in transfer. Yes.
The learner who is learning, he should be able to transform the same knowledge or impart the same knowledge to his peer group or somebody else.
Very well said. Give me an example how you do it. This is the toughest one.
Peer learning we can.
No, group discussion is the best example of a worst activity. If it's not done properly. Yeah, then there are some set of students who will capture the voice time of a class. Please understand English, that's why, you won't believe, even though all of us grew up with English as a import. We all made our lives because of English. English earlier was a status language. Abhi nahi hai. Today I have banned in the companies I advise not to use English. And I have seen a big improvement in productivity. You know why? If you're very good in English, by that you can hide so many things. I think it's a great point. All you have to wait today when people, sir, I agree with your concept. What do you think you should wait for? The word but. Now they become more smarter. However, I think you should consider the following. All I'm saying is, learn how to be more direct, and transferable is collaboration. That is why HPC tells you how to do peer. And you know what? Many people, I've done it in some schools with some very good principals in Telangana and Andhra, is people love it. Your peers love it. The problem comes with principals first and then teachers. अरे कैसा feedback देगा? उसको क्या पता है? How do you expect in second standard somebody will? They will take out all that nooks which you can try solving, but please go for peer feedback. Among teachers, among peer reviews, build it in your appraisal system. And I'm telling you, you don't have to then teach. Like how sir mentioned, you want to become a guide on the side, like a fly on the wall, and still learning happens, then put a structure of learning in your classroom. Right? See, like MS, she said, MS has a science to that art. We are saying teaching is an art, but relook at some of the science frameworks behind it. Like this. Interweaving improves retention. What is interweaving? Give me an example. Sir also said in his product demo. What is interweaving?
Multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary.
Yes, interdisciplinary, interconnect, interlink. People learn far better through interlinkages. Do you also have a hierarchy system? I have noticed maths, English are your brand ambassadors. Then comes maths and science stars. Because parents भी उसी के बिचारे geography, history वही हैं. Here's the gift. Okay? And then you have the third language teacher. Sir, learn from me also, sir.
Give us some more videos.
So please understand that is where you will make a difference when you are able to show today, for example, one of the reasons why people accept me, I speak 6 languages. If you didn't know languages, people don't accept you in India. India kya? Uzbekistan mein bhi nahi expect. But we don't teach what we teach. And the worst thing we did in schools in the last 10 years is, we made children think in English in classroom. I don't know, convent had this problem. Fine, Mardo. They have to think in, how can you think English? You think in your mother tongue, you think in cognitive. But we were under tremendous pressure. I don't know if you happened. In my schools it happened, convent schools.
Convent.
But who cares for English? People want critical thinking, real, authentic thinking. It will come only in your local language, mother tongue. Absolutely. Complex skills grow slowly, but deeply, like knitting. You can't teach it in 5 minutes. I'm a big fan of cooking because why? I've learned that from cooking, it has improved my ability to concentrate, look at things very differently. Now I'm learning how to make achar. I don't know if you know, that was a tradition which was abandoned, right? Because of T20 Maggies and all that coming in. But what things it teaches you similarly? Go for complex. Who should learn complex skills? Children. Who teaches the children? Teachers. Who supervises them? Principals. हो गया. तो सीख लो. Put that in your KPI. I will learn one thing. See, I'm very happy that today all of you sat for an AI session which is very boring. Of course, you can say, the speaker was very bad because it means I couldn't discriminate between the content and the speaker, right? The point we are making is bring that capability. See, one skill you will learn. Why? It will push you out of your just one skill. My request. Let it be anything you didn't know, which made you, whatever it is. Will you do that much in this year?
Yes.
I mean, you can't say, no, but Sankaracharya said, end of this year, they will be sharing one skill they have learned. Will you?
Yes.
At least 10% to kar lo. Yes. Okay, let me come. Now I come to open book. The one which we could successfully do. There were types of open book exam. One is restrictive, but restrictive is not my cup of tea. Okay, I'll go for free. You can refer to any method. So we did this activity. Kya kiya? Open any book, we will do. But tell me, how easy or difficult you think it was? Can anybody share?
Difficult in the sense of framing questions.
Where to find the information? You should be having an idea that where can I find the information. Second is the time. Time is also a limiting factor.
And how can we relate that to the question?
Very well said. And also there were so much contradictions in that statement.
Yes.
Not from an educator, because it's not the time. It is just that the approach which we had taken, and you will realize over a period. Actually, you can cover a lot through open questions.
Yes, correct.
Right? But I'm so happy you raised that bias in. And the way to do it is the following. I have even put questions. These are the types of questions I could learn from teachers. Understanding, recall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 types of questions I could find. Right? All you do is put rubrics to that 8. You getting my point? Kitna, how many, okay, let's assume you have 30 marks. Or let's give percent. How much should be understanding questions? How much percentage should be understanding questions? Honest. You understood my question? It's a bad. Very little. Less than?
30.
Less than 1. Why 1%? Why? Are you understanding to AI hai na? Teacher, he said no, guide on site. No, it is just for joke, yeah. If you really want to make your teacher guide on site, then understanding, recall should be 0. That is why when you go, you find the kind of question she is asked. See, please understand. Students find things engaging, but they may not learn. This is a very big irony I have learned. What is the meaning? So I'll give you this example. When in EdTech, I learned it the very hard way. We used to create, there was a company which created 14 minutes video. And we saw it when you put it in classroom, children were happy, because teacher nahi. But we realized that micro learning chahiye, because students don't retain. So please understand, students may find it engaging, but may not find it. So focus on, that is why your most popular teachers, you all have popular teachers now.
Yes.
Find out if they are engaging or learning. Because some of your tough teachers will actually create clear learning, but they have been poor PR managers.
Yes.
So don't throw them under the bus. Because you are under pressure to, take the parents along. You understand what I'm saying, right?
But there is, sir, I just want to raise one question here.
Yes.
The way you told that now the teaching itself has changed. The way nowadays, when we used to take, like I'm talking about like when we use as a teacher, now when you go, if they see, they just finish it and they come out. That you told that connection is not, it's lacking in the classroom nowadays.
So who's responsible for that?
Teachers only, many factors, sir, but the main is a teacher. They just finished because we are also overburdening them with many things.
Very well said, ma'am. For that you deserve it for confessing truly. It's not your teachers. It is the system which pushes them.
Yes.
कि खत्म करो, खत्म नहीं किया तो फिर क्या पूछेंगे कल पीटीएम में पूछेंगे अरे this portion was not completed. So we only put that pressure back. So please ensure that as principals you have to be filters. क्या classroom के अंदर जा सकता है क्या नहीं, but through process work. I'll discuss that also. And my favorite is the last two. As a matter of fact, the last one.
Yes.
What is it? Give me an example of a value-based question you can ask in history. Give me a question. History में वो सब होता है, understanding, recall, application. But give me a value-based in any. Give me a non-Mahatma Gandhi value role model. Because Mahatma Gandhi aate to wo.
Hitler value is.
Correct. So give me, I agree you are on the right track, but don't feel disappointed if the chocolate come your way. Give me another example.
Can I say?
Yeah, before that, let her complete. You are on the track. I disrupted your thinking.
So now, for example, you can take the war of Iran and administration of Trump. So, Trump's administration is not admirable.
Wow, admirable. That's positive word. That's a positive word to criticize. Soft landing. Yes, anybody? Okay.
We should treat both invited and non-invited guests with the same way.
You're telling for Trump and Iran?
We want students to learn, such kind of, activity.
So, what is that question of yours? I can see three questions in that question. That's why I'm asking.
Capturing what is Atithi Devo Bhava. So, we should treat the invited and non-invited guests.
Very good question. Very good. See, now, she's given us a statement. Let's take her statement. Atithi Devo Bhava. What was the next question? What did she say?
Both we should be invited and non-invited.
So what she has done, she has already moved to a close-ended question. What will I give answer if I have to be in good books?
Yes. Or no.
Correct. If I'm leaving the school, I'd say no. But the point is, the question there is the fault line. Atithi Devo Bhava. Tell me one thing. Value-based. Do you think Alexander should have told Porus, tell me how I should treat you as a king, when all your people, you have made them suffer, made them into so much of a problem? Do you think it was right on his part? And please remember, values, there is nothing right or wrong unless it is self-discovery. If the teacher gives the answer, student never learns. Parent will never be able to teach their children if they have to give values. Avoid giving answers in. Push them. And please understand, truth is so spiritual that you will find a way. But let it not be like that security guard who's so demotivated, find your way. But all I'm saying is, but your value base should have props. What people do is they jump. You understood? Yes? No? What do you think? No. Let it be. And please believe me, value-based is what parents love from school. Why? Because they are not able to teach it.
They don't have time.
That is excuse.
They always say that.
That they have to know. That is called tip of the iceberg. Because they cannot say no, that I don't want to. So, of course, there are real problems. Both are working and falana dikana. That's not the issue. But the issue is what they want from the school. Like what NDA does to you. Signature, there's an army. lady or a gentleman, they stand out. All I'm saying is focus on the last one, link it to everything in your classroom. Then they'll say, this student is coming value based. Because parents want value, but don't teach values like history. When was the war fought? No. Got it? Focus on the last two. Any questions so far? Even in physics, you can teach values. In values, you can teach values. But I'm a big supporter of language history. I'll tell you why. Because we were all those students when I did my BCom. I had big obituary outside my home. Science nahi kar rahe ho. I thought the student was good, yeah. And all that, condolences came to my parents about me. And because they stood like a rock, saying, no, it's okay, let him do what he wants. BCom is not so bad that time. So the point I'm making is, but today I've been very lucky. I'm happy because I didn't have to do things and learn things. Why possible? Value-based. If you bring value-based, now it becomes easy to connect with parents also. How you can connect parents with value? Then junk food is not a rule. Then it becomes a value-based parenting. कोई भी रूल लेके आना ना कभी फतवा मत लेके आइए. Because usually people repel rules. Bring it through value-based. Then what happens? Even the kid at home says, hey, you can't eat junk food. Then you have no place to run. Then you feel proud of this. So, makes sense? Out of this, I would request educators here sitting, the most progressive in our country, take the last two. Right? And what is the rubrics? Clarity of answer. The one ma'am asked, clarity of answer. Deeper insights. What do you mean by deep insights? Never ever go to a classroom if you want insights with right and wrong. What does that mean? If you go inside a classroom with a mindset, this is right, this is wrong, what happens?
You already have made up your mind.
And I'm telling you, फिर वो ऐसा निचोड़ के उधर लेके आ जाते पार्टी को. No, are you sure? Come this side. Capitalism is good, but it makes a lot of profit. So, but this unconditioning of your teachers also has to be done through a very systematic way.
But also not allowing the children to think.
Exactly.
It can be good for some, not good for the other.
Exactly.
Based on the situation that they've understood.
We can conduct the debates. It was for them. It was not a comment for me. Okay, I got shocked for a moment. Yeah, absolutely. But the question is, how do you bring it in your system?
We have to conduct a debate between two groups and
debate, whatever. I like it. Actually, she's starting off something.
How do you want your classroom to be by the teacher? Be with your staff like that. So that is the experiential learning which you are taking them. So
very well. It's a role model.
Exactly.
Show the cheek and the chin.
Yeah. I mean, in the classroom when the teacher is saying this is right and you want the teachers to come to your side. Same way if the principal wants the teachers to come, so it should not be like that. So they learn from.
Very well said.
Yeah.
And also great principals, very good point, ma'am, are also knowing their blind spots.
Yes.
They know this is my blind spot, yahan nahi rehne do. But I've noticed some of the great educators now, they are stinging feedback from their teachers. You should see their HOD meetings. They tell the principal, ma'am, what is this so nonsense? I could not believe that we allow such an unfiltered life. The more unfiltered discussion you have, truth emerges. Do you think in family we talk like that? I think let me give you feedback. I think with the positive, nobody will hear us. Ekdam tough karke point pe aa jao, that is how it should be even when we talk. Otherwise, what happens? People learn the art of syrup talking, syrupy. That is why today you do interviews, so difficult to crack a real intention. They all say, I'll stay back karungi. But once you give her the job, then she says, madam, wo kaam hai, mera ye kaam hai. That is why there is also a trick, but that we are not discussing now. Look at these rubrics. And very important, open-ended questions. 10th, 11th, 12th. Only 95% should be what? In the last one. If you are in 11th standard, 12th standard, 80% should be open-ended. Any debates on this? Am I asking a closed-ended question? Huh? Understood? Problem वहाँ होता है when 10th, 11th, 12th you are teaching like this and people find it so boring. You can't teach economics the way our teachers teach in 10th. Put them through unlearning class. You understand where I'm coming? 11th, 12th is, and you have 11th, 12th. How many of you are 11th, 12th commerce? You have 12 arts? No, always. Right? So there my request to you, see how the teachers are bringing in. Yes.
Newspaper to the class.
But who puts it? And please notice, teachers don't need to know the answers.
Yes, very true.
Please free them in 11th standard, 12th standard till you do. नहीं तो बहुत tension आ जाता है. Because I only ask so much, for which I know the. So what happens? I'm forcing myself not to ask anything. So in the morning only I gave up. I said I'm also a student like you. I'm learning together. हो गया ना अभी ऐसे ऊपर. मेरे को जितना आता बोल दिया. हाँ, yes.
One question.
Yes.
We generally talk about multiple intelligence level. When we have in a classroom multiple, the same doesn't imply for the teachers also. They are
Yes,
multiple
yes,
intelligence.
very
One is
well
the
said.
audio.
Very well said.
And same thing, differentiated instruction.
Very well
When we
said.
have in a
Very-
class,
and you
we
know,
have a differentiate.
please
In our
note,
team also have differentiated instruction.
people, the way they learn usually is the way they teach.
Yes.
So you should work with the strength of the person.
Absolutely. For that, you should have a model, not your mood.
Yes.
You should have a competency model. I talk about the 7 emerging competencies of a teacher. बस उसी के ऊपर काम करना है, right? So let's see if we can move ahead. Again, I'm not getting into this. What, when, who, where, in your own words. These are what type of questions? For example, ma'am, can you, Atiti Devo Bhava, ma'am, can you redraft your question and try posing that same question using the last one? And please sit down and tell others. Oh, what are the, okay.
What are comparing arguments with the competing?
What are the competing arguments within y is x different from y? Compare and contrast. What is the relationship between A and B? Yes, I model that. Can you, use either the last quadrant to rephrase your Atiti Devo Bhava? If you can, ma'am, free to go online. Ma'am, example दीजिए मुझे. The same question. You asked me a question. Atiti, what do you think?
For the value based, to make the children to learn about the value based, not only the invited, even the uninvited guest also we should treat.
No, I agree, ma'am. I'm with you. I understand you. Can you pose a question for the benefit of others so they also learn like me? On this point, on Atiti Devo Bhava, how can you ask a question to students? Say, I'm a student in your class. You're bringing a concept called Atiti Devo Bhava. Earlier you asked me a different type of question. Now can you use the last quadrant and ask me a question? And take your time. Sorry if I suddenly pulled you out, ma'am, but the Atiti Devo was a very interesting topic.
The tourists coming to...
Anybody else? Yes.
The tourists coming to Goa from other countries, the way you treat them, and those who are maybe migrated, localized, or even migrated from another state, so how are they treated?
But already our bias is in these two questions. You've given me the answer. You're already dukhi ho ki yaar problem hai. But can you move back and change this question? Same thing. Good try. Anybody else on Atiti? Yes, ma'am. Then I'll go there. Then yes. Please sit down. And one more mic if possible.
West Bengal is a beautiful state to visit. So you as a tourist in your summer vacation going with the parents is the same as somebody infiltrated to Bengal.
Very nice. You leave out her question, huh? Yeah? Oh, I still an Atiti Devo Bhava question only.
Now also both are Atiti only.
But you already said they're infiltrators.
Yes.
Infiltrators means I am not obeying the law of the land.
So Atiti is somebody, a guest. Right? So me going as a part of my summer vacation is Aditi. And somebody, for a child, anybody is not the resident of the place, coming there is Aditi. So we both are Aditi's baseline. So but should be treated in the same way. That is
Right. So who's a profitable Atithi for the government? That's what you are saying. Yes?
We usually say customer is a guard.
Ah.
Again, there is a difference platinum, diamond, gold.
Ma'am, we have 1 crore gods in Hinduism. पता है आपको हर चीज के लिए अलग अलग गॉड है.
It must be different. How the Y is different from X. Maybe they, like for example, if I take Airtel, a platinum customer, diamond customer, so it depends, like per annum how much.
I agree. So what's your point?
Like,
Like in her case,
see, every customer is a card, but still we have a difference there, diamond and platinum.
Oh, so see, your butt reveals that you're not happy with that question. You are saying there is discrimination which is happening. So you're, as long as you're aware that I should focus on butt, or are you using butt as a distraction? I'm sure tomorrow you'll never ask me a question. But I'll come to you after. Yes, two more. Yes, yes. Please.
The Atithi Devo Bhava is a Sanskrit line.
I thought it was Persian. Thanks.
I know the answer, but I don't want to tell the students. I will just enter the class. My focus is on to explain about what is Atithi Devo Bhava. If I say there is no proper thinking from the student side,
I understand, ma'am. That will explain situation. Give me an example. Give me.
I give them a question. I say that Atithi Devo Bhava, have you heard about it? They say yes. Just wait. Today I have learnt one more thing in my Panchatattva story. There is a line in Telugu, Kottaga Vachinavani Namaradu, which is correct. It's a counter, exactly contrast one I wish to give to them. And the student who has knowledge about little close to the Sanskrit will be able to explain Atithi is not the stranger. It's not about the guest. The one who comes without any information or intimation. Without Tithi, Vara, Nakshatra, he suddenly comes all of a sudden.
God, I never knew.
That he will be.
I didn't know all this existed.
No, they will not. We should also tell them. Suppose I say Atithi Devo Bhava, students may mistake it that I should accept everybody. But on the other side, we are telling stranger is danger. So we should make the children to understand.
Very powerful. We can build on this superbly put. What you're saying is when there is no data about that person, you should be careful. That is why, you have safety issues. Even safety, you can link Atithi Devo Bhava. Yes. I'm thinking on the feed.
If a child has some...
like some bus or a girl child. Yes. People who are friendly. Does not mean your uncles. Remember those uncles who have that problem?
Yes. I can even give them some time that not immediately required. You take time, come tomorrow and tell me.
Awesome.
You first explore what is Atithi, and they come back with Atithi is the one. Mostly it is known. They are known. Sometimes may not be the known persons.
Perfect.
There is a possibility also.
This you're going to tell them?
On the next day.
I hope you don't. If you don't have to tell them, what does it mean for you?
I don't want to reveal it before.
And I understood. But you understood. Suppose next day, you didn't have to tell them this, all that you explained me. What does it mean? It means the children are deep learning.
Already they have also...
so your assignment is very powerful. I really like this. Yeah. Yeah.
They will come back to the problem.
Yeah, but have the cultural roots, the children can get the same knowledge from the parents also.
Maxi, when that integer comes in that equation, do you want to treat like Atithi or not? All I'm saying is, see the way you're spinning, very interesting cultural components in the teaching. But the flaw lies in our questioning, and our success will lie in our... That is why I've noticed two types of conversation between a principal and a teacher. The type of conversation between a principal and a senior teacher, and the type of conversation between a principal and a very new teacher. A very seasoned teacher, I noticed principal say, how was your day? How was your husband? Sadi is good. Nice. New teacher, what do you think she talks? Let's assume she came on time.
With corrections of ending.
See? You teacher to, but see your difference. Why?
Have you settled in?
Yeah. So you notice that even unconsciously, your conversations are very different. But your old teachers would have got into a habit. Please give them a place where they can reflect and change, like how ma'am reworked. You reworked. You give. They need that space. Don't rush them to give the answers. Submit your pedagogy by 1 week. Karna hai, but ask them these questions. And I'm telling you, if people enjoy this process, no, of writing pedagogy, your classroom will be a festival. Yes. Classrooms are no more festival only because itna rules done diya. Bichari teacher ke upar to start with, right? So these were some of it. Again, explore. Again, what is the underlying moral principle? Atiti Devo Bhava. Identify. How would you speak? I'm saying, see, even for this today's session, you won't believe I got up at 5:30 in the morning and I said that these are the 4 places I am going to screw up. And these are the 6 places where I have to redo it. Why? And I have requested my associate to give me a lot of stinging feedback after today, which otherwise I will. Reason why I'm saying is, if you want to become better, then you need people around you who will tell the emperor has no clothes. Don't take it. And what happens many times, I noticed that kings mein na wo hota tha. You know, the king ke zamane mein, they used to disguise as a commoner and walk in the. Why? They get unfiltered. That is why if you go to picnics of schools, na, the students say, ma'am, I'll tell you how the maths teacher does. The principal say, yeah, show me. So barabar feedback milta hai. Yes. Right? Or I notice some principals have a hotline with the maushis. You know maushis? They'll say, okay, then she will just walk in around, not Marathi, then she'll come running, she will talk, and she'll do unfair. Madam, वो teacher है ना, वो जल्दी छोड़ देती है. वैसा वो CCTV camera चल नहीं रहा है. She'll say, अच्छा. So please, as leaders, ensure you get unfiltered. That is why even Akbar had jewels, because they used to tell him on his face what it is. If you can't, then take outside. Transparency. Who can tell you in a nice manner what it is. This is what we talked about. You know, they talked about personalized learning. You know, one thing is very clear. Personalized learning in Andhra and Telangana, I heard. And I'm telling you, the kind of models the government is amazing. Rest of the country is 2 out of 10. Andhra and Telangana will be 8 out of 10. The kind of work which is happening, talking. And you know why personalized learning will work? You know what is personalized learning, right? Now you have 1:50 teachers, 40 teachers. Now AI tutor le lo, 1:1 mar do. And you'll get jabardast results. Let me ask you, why will you get very good results? And yeah, and very true is psychologically also that child feels special. Please notice, children love, even some of the students who are not toppers, they like their teachers. Why? Because teachers treat them equally. And I have also noticed one more trend, the toppers have started behaving very rudely in a classroom. Yeah. And they're never the teacher's favorite anymore. Whereas teacher ढूंढती रहती अरे ये तो मेरे को कितना respect देता आ जाओ, but he's in the 60% bracket. So personalized learning is the way out. However, use systems because I've noticed again there are 3 parts to a teacher. Before she enters the class, in the class, and please save her time before she enters the class. A good artist, na, even Amitabh Bachchan, you know that he practices Devi Surgery. Can you believe this after doing 20 years of? Why does a good artist need to practice? Because you can't take your granted. But at the same time, they will foster critical thinking. Their classes are like Diwali crackers. They will never like if all students say, yes, ma'am, sure, ma'am. No, I want contradictions in my class. Second, and usually teachers who are away from retirement, no. My thinking, I could be wrong. See, they've spent a lot of time. So somewhere teaching is their identity. Astitva. So they can't take feedback and not make it impersonal. You understand? Yes. They make it very. That is why the art of giving them feedback without making personal.
Sandwich.
No, and don't do sandwich. You know what is sandwich?
Yeah.
ऊपर शुगर, बीच में स्टफ. तो क्या होता है ना, आदमी वो बीच से स्टफ भूल जाता है, बोलता है शुगर अच्छा है. This I learned from a young IITian who told me.
That's what happens.
Okay. Why does that happen? Yes?
Because that's what.
No, I got this feedback. They said, Sanjay, you're giving a lot of sandwich feedback. I don't want it. He was just 31 years old CEO. What does he mean? It stung me because we are all used to acha acha, dal do, khatam karo. Yes?
And also, sir, these teachers with lot of experience, they have seen so many students of different, they themselves have so much of experience. They'll put into their teaching even to the last batch. And like you said, 6-mark question important, this word important, this line will come. Because out of those all experience, she has already given them and no scope of.
Yeah. And don't give sandwich. Say it. Even when you give feedback to your principal, teachers, no, try this out to your experience. Give them, suppose you give them a not so good feedback. Stay there. Don't console them. I have seen they come running back to you because they want that. Koi baat nahi na.
We give CSS formats, sir. Like what is good, continue that. What is like start doing.
Start doing, stop doing, and continue doing. Very interesting. You do that, huh?
Yes.
Good. So the reason why I'm saying is, this is what AI will come and do, and it will replace it. Your teacher's role, what I can visualize in the next 10 years is of being a good psychology person. AI sab sikha dega. But they, it's like the coach of the Indian cricket team. The coach does not tell Sachin Tendulkar how to play. But at the right time, how much to intervene. But that same thing is not true for Abhishek Sharma. I don't know, Abhishek Sharma is a new batsman. But there the code has to be, don't watch social media. Switch it off for you. It's not good for you. Teacher's role is this. That is why I believe, and you can quote me, but don't, is that even though you just introduce CBSE mein counselors, every teacher has to be a counselor. It is impossible that you have taken one part of the body and asked somebody to do it. And please ensure your teachers don't outsource that emotion to that counselor.
Yes.
You understand? And that is why counselors today are struggling with students, because who goes to counselors today? All the thaka hua students' parents. You understand? Thaka means who don't score. Anyway, you can promote till 8th standard.
Below average.
Below. वो सब जाते हैं बेचारा उसके पास. So why I'm saying is, this is what your teacher has to do. Learn some AI tools. And best thing is, your AI certificate today. Just compliments to you. You know some term. So put them through it. Tell them bring it in. But what it does, see, please understand. What is the traditional method where am I standing? Right? In front. Whole attention is, and my ability to bring you where? Here. What happens when I stand here? Guide on side bola na. But I have to. Where is the screen? Where will you, all of you only look? Mostly help me because power mere paas hai. So how will you ensure that they look there and work? That is why if you want a guide on site pedagogy, the talking in the classroom by the teacher cannot be more than 5 minutes. But she should know when to come in like a good surgeon. That is why to be a guide on site, you must have some of these models. It's like a doctor. Asking questions is like doing surgery. A good doctor will do a lot of surgeries. Aja, अरे यार मस्त है. Aja. You came for headache, चल bypass भी कर दे. I'll give you one free bypass. What happens in teaching when we follow this? We don't follow this. I have the answer. You just learn. See the relationship. Many times students will come to you with a problem. What do you think you can do if you want to be a good guide on site?
Ask them to listen. Go, repeat, read again. Think parent share.
Say, and the best way, Try it out. I've learned it from very good principals. Teachers is, I don't know him. I have seen many principals using this word, I don't know. Even in discussion, Sanjay, I don't know how it will work. She knows everything. But she wants to create a culture where people free, inhibited. No, ma'am, I'll tell you how it works. She's got a point. See whether you're using a lot of I don't know, or are you sounding like that superwoman who knows everything in life and battling parents. Nobody wants it because that is a very stressful posture. Right? And we don't need to know the answers. The beauty is AI knows. So become a guide on the side and show it to AI. But you should know when to step in with the questions. Because you saw the models are new, they are not well data, there is hallucination. Use, but you should know where to use and where not to, right? And very important, slow feedback versus instant. What is instant feedback? Thanks for explaining that in English. Give me an example. Give me an example of instant feedback.
Class was good.
Yeah, the class was. Give me an example of slow feedback.
You were good. Observing you.
You were good, but
you were good, but.
Yeah, what did they do? That word only, then it is not direct feedback. Oh, 1 minute. For me or in the example? Even then, did you give feedback? That was instant feedback. See, we are not saying instant good feedback, no. But what is slow feedback? Give me an example. Yeah, that is feedback. She said no improvement, can do better. That is not slow feedback.
Maybe the time has passed, 2-3 months has happened, and then you're trying to tell.
Give me an example. I see, I understand better only with real examples in life. Give me an example.
Meanwhile, the teacher will analyze where the child is lacking.
I understand. Give me an example.
In reading skill, the teacher will start analyzing where the child actually is lacking in intonation or reading the word, or the child does not have the concept of reading the word. So she will be, she will be analyzing, scrutinizing, and then she'll be giving the feedback.
Very good.
She will take time.
Very well. Thanks. Yes.
In general, to be in short, giving the feedback after the PT, rather than make your PTM with the feedback corrections. Feel forward.
Oh, very interesting. Again, because amazing experience. This I understand where you're coming from.
I think, sir, in slow feedback, we use the rubrics. Based on the rubrics, we come to the conclusion and we diagnose the problem of the students.
Very well said. And now that's a good thing. Rubrics later I would love to know, understand how you are using, but that's good. See, when I mean good, she has a framework.
Classroom observation report.
Okay.
Every fortnight we will, discuss with the.
Seriously, every fortnight with the teacher.
15 days, once a meeting happens. So we have that rubrics in the classroom observation of, all the students, like their behavior, attendance.
Oh, not of the teacher. Not of the teacher.
The teachers we will evaluate later, sir, but here I'm talking about the student.
Understood. And later means how later?
Like monthly once in a meeting.
Monthly in a meeting.
Yes.
Through classroom observation.
Yes.
You do every month classroom observation of your teachers, huh?
Yes, so we do.
Every 10 days, sir.
And you have a lot of incremental improvements happening.
During increment time, we will.
Not increment, sorry. I meant you see improvements happening.
Yes, we give feedback. Yes, of course, they will, if change is required, they will do it.
Yes. Sometimes when you're teaching 11, 12, when you're teaching concepts, slow feedback is very useful. Yes. What do you think? Capitalism is good? Socialism is good? Don't take positions. Wait. Like you said, go for. So many times even teaching 11, 10, of course there is a period when you have to give feedback, but it's an art. Like some of you already have it in your school, so it is fine. I'll just, okay, we talked about this, but let me come to, okay, we talked personal, so I am going to the next 15 minutes, something. Yes, this is my favorite. Please, can you spend 2 minutes and tell us what are the top 3 emerging teacher competencies? We know teacher competencies. Huh? Tell me only 3. In this era, what do you think are the top 3 competencies? What is competency? Simple. Knowledge, skill, and behavior. जो चाहिए अपने टीचर से, सिर्फ 3 चाहिए. Can you discuss and tell me what are the top 3? Take 2 minutes and tell me. Yeah. You're ready? Oh wow. You don't need 3 minutes. That's fast. What? Okay, great.
Use of innovative pedagogies.
Acha, innovation or pedagogy?
Innovative.
No. Then which is 60 and 40?
Pedagogy is 60.
60. Innovation has become now 40%.
Actually, it is innovative pedagogies.
Oh, so if it is non-innovative pedagogy, no marks. I'm asking you, please don't get me wrong.
No. The more interest that they need to create. The creativity also.
I'm with you. Okay, 1. What is the other? Any other top 2? You said that's the number 1.
Creativity.
I agree. Innovative pedagogy because you have to connect with them. Using AI, will that be innovative?
No.
Let me ask you. No.
That is easier version of getting the answers.
Oh, what is this? Sir, please do one more session.
Relearn.
No, wait a minute. Using AI, is that innovation in pedagogy?
Yes.
By teachers?
Yes.
You're not. No, see, don't change your opinion. You're not sure. Fine, stay with it. You believe?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Anybody else?
Different.
Please state it.
Competency will be that the teacher has to build in the values, connect the subject to the values, and see that the value and ethics is maintained in the classroom.
I like that. Your attitude to the earlier ones also, but yes, very interesting. It's very. Anybody else?
Yes.
Top 1. You are asking or telling me? Okay, student-centric approach. Huh?
Yeah.
What is this here? What bada English word? Give me an example.
So generally we find teachers going with their monotonous way of teaching. Like, in this era, of course, some teachers they try, but
I'm an auditory learner. I want monotony.
yeah, diverse needs, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, teacher has to, but more if at all it is student-centric classroom.
So then are you asking for personalized adaptive learning practices?
Of course, customized
to every student?
To the maximum students.
Maximum is how many out of 40?
Maybe 30.
So you are saying 30 out of 40 students, that is 80% of my class. The teacher should
reach out to them.
Excellent. Then have a method in which you are marking. If you are taking opinion that she should be student centric, all my thing is now with AI coming and making 100%.
Yeah.
You can, but I have a different question. In her question is using AI innovative pedagogy or not?
Yes, it is. Yes.
But some said no. You can have your opinion. We won't feel bad, no? Yes.
So when we need to foster 21st century skills, obviously we need to bring AI.
So you're saying it's a survival, so we have to do it.
So, not survival, it's need of the hour. Yes.
It's a need of the hour, so you have to give AI. So so the top skill also that means so student centric in which AI will come as an enabler. Okay. Anybody else with one top skill? Yes, sir. Yes. No, it's okay, ma'am.
A person, a teacher, she should be able to unlearn and relearn based on the present.
Adaptability.
How will you check how much she's unlearning? She should make a mistake and come back.
No, she should go with her own, way that she or he has learned. So they have to relearn the way.
What if she's a young teacher who just came 2 years into the vocation? She'll learn the latest practice.
But then there is still a gap. Now you are, as a teacher who is already teaching, she may be teaching the children who will, 10 years down the line will reach her age.
So you are saying very clearly in my school, the most important competency is unlearn. Then my request is have measurements around it. Otherwise it becomes intention. And it will become subjective, then people will say you are playing politics. Anything which doesn't have measurement, people will not accept it. Like when you go to a doctor, बोलता है ना diabetes इतना है, heartbeat कितना आसानी से अपने को he makes us feel so bad, right? But it doesn't become personal. Yes, you were saying.
Teaching style of the teacher should match with the learning style of the student.
So you will use AI there.
Miss, like as you said, like all the vocabulary and all the techniques or all the art integration.
I never said all.
You said a lot of AI terminology, right? So we should talk in their terms.
Both of you are saying the same thing, that I'll go for personalized learning. If you are doing it well, trust me, people will stop going for private tuitions.
Yes.
You will solve one of the biggest social problems plagued by education, by educationalists, for education, because people don't get that personal connect. That is why they say children walk to school and run home. Usko ulta bana do. If they celebrate what you are doing. It's very easy to be done as long as you have the conviction, very easy to implement if you have the right set of rubrics. But excellent point. Excellent. Anybody else with one more different competency? Yes. Yes, two of you.
So being a teacher, I should be able to justify the quality of AI. Whatever comes on the name of AI is not authentic. First, as a teacher, I should know what is authentic or what is validate source, and I teach the same to the children. Or else they keep exploring the meta and they keep using the medicines.
Very good. How do you validate whether the data? I'm your teacher. I like your point. How should I do it? Give me a technique.
I keep sharing some examples of doing a project by using the proper authentic source. Like
if you give, I should listen.
No, I will show my example and I'll ask them to try.
Very interesting. That's one style. My example. Any other way in which you will tell people how they should? Like teachers have to validate what they're bringing in classroom. Very good way. But how else?
Examples are there on YouTube and everything.
But there are not many examples.
It's not just about the project I mean here. Students should also have the idea about the other side of AI. AI is a double-edged knife. They should also know pros and cons of AI.
Understood. I thought for everything you will teach the student, but you're telling only about AI as such.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Any last competency? Anybody else?
Main competency is technology.
Technological skills.
Technological
skills. Most important competency.
Yes.
Each and every.
But I have a reverse care opinion about it.
So,
I don't know. Everything is going to be in a tip of a finger available. Maybe in a span of 4 or 5 years, it may take a reverse care also. Everything is easy now. Student need not learn from the teacher.
Correct.
Need not go to the school.
Yes.
AI teacher has come.
Yes.
Everything is available in the technology. So where it is going to land after 10 years?
I don't know, sir. Thank you. It's a good question.
But
also,
already Singapore and all that, they are leaving all this technology and going over there.
It's a very profound question. It's a very open-ended question. Value-based discussion requires 45 minutes of discussion, but cannot lead to AI will not lead to a conclusive answer. But you're absolutely right. It's a different time when you need to answer. I don't have the answer, but good question to keep floating in the classroom again and again, that how much and what to be done. You're right. People don't know the things of all that. I just want to close this by saying our grandfather, they used to cross a river, walk 15 kilometers, didn't have shoes to walk, knew how difficult it is. And if it was a lady, they didn't have. All I'm saying, everybody's reference points keep changing. Unfortunately. So we can do all this conversation, but see what you can implement in your school, keeping all the stakeholders in mind. In my opinion, when we did research, we saw the emerging needs as social emotional. Most important need is your teacher should be very empathetic, not sympathetic. By just listening to the question, she should know that it's a perturbed state of mind. She should know by that question that something didn't go wrong well with the boy in the class. That is the level of concentration and analysis your teacher has to build. She will crack it. People today want conversations. They are dying for conversations. So don't make your teachers walk away from conversations. Parents are also not talking to each other much. Very soon, they will send WhatsApp from drawing room to bedroom. वो नहीं हो रहा है अभी. but people.
Sir, Hyderabad is very fast.
back नहीं हो रहा है.
वो मुझे बोलना नहीं था कि मेरे घर पे पिटाई होगी इसमें. But I agree with you. And if you ask me why we put technology integration is, it's a survival skill. If you don't know technology, you will, but it is not the one which will. A teacher saying I can use AI, I can use, not enough. Social, emotional, होना चाहिए, right? And second is all this. These are the four. In my opinion, you know why I put the last one? Because this is a set of private schools. Brand building बहुत आवश्यक है, right? So they should know how to carry the brand. What is carrying the brand? See, typically you send your teachers for some programs. See how much they bitch about you there. Just tell them to do it properly. That's all. You know, they should know how to carry themselves. They should know, because all this adds brand value to your school. So the point I'm just making is, these are some of the competencies we learned from some of the schools, but more than happy to have that. Now, I want to talk about the emerging principles competency. This I, of course, borrowed from my own book, but I will only spend time on the highlighted one. I think the highlight, in which the share, okay. First is partnership orientation. First, you don't have to know the answers for everything, but ensure you are having wise people around you who will give you objective feedback about you and your school. Okay. Second, nurture innovation. So very well said. Innovative pedagogy is the only mantra to survive where you want just-in-time knowledge. What is the fastest way I can think differently, right? For principals, nurture talent. Have people in the room who are better than you. Don't have people in the room who keep praising you again and again and again. You know, sometimes I believe that when principals walk in the corridor, it's like Jampana Bajo. You know, you should see the way the whole, and people enjoy it. So just be careful that you don't get into that, and agility in the thinking. I just want to, so, okay, we have 3 minutes before we close. So, okay, why am I keeping the clicker? Sorry. So what we did is, so, you know, where we get the opportunities, we go and visit schools. We look at 85 parameters of a school, right from the security guard. We do benchmarking. And then what I have realized by this learning is that identify those 3 things which are useful for that school in that area, which will help them in the next 1 year. What it means is principals should stop doing few things. So first thing we tell principals, stop some of these activities which make no sense. Mother's Day, Father's Day, but don't keep so much busyness. Cut it out. Cut out some of the days, cut out some of the processes, because it will give a lot of free time. Like safety. Today safety has become physical, mental, digital, right? Career counseling. How do you integrate? The worst thing, counselor, bring somebody. This, no. See how you can empower your own teachers. Teachers are all-rounders. Don't make them, give them tea. Understand what is tea, right? Don't tell them I come and teach maths. That's the worst thing you can do to somebody, right? They're not a maths teacher. You understand? They're a teacher, right? Don't just, like does MS say I'm Bhajagovindam singer? No, no. So the point is, bring that up in when you do your bit. So, of course, there's a lot. I just want to close this with 2 or 3 points. One, please take feedback. You know, I'm not saying, so when we go to school, usually everything is there. And usually we do assessment, not audit. Audit is different. And usually they're all prepared, you know. Kya bolna hai, this is not CB. The point is, please teach your people, and you will learn it over a period of time, how to critically look at your school without criticizing your school. And 2, lot of data is in your school. Lots and lots of data. You can use, a lack of time, Otherwise, I could have showed you how you can use 5 competencies of a student and arrive. Social, emotional, physical, cognitive. I don't know if there is a slide. Such a easy way to arrive at a full data point of a student, and then you tell your parent, see, he is very good socially, emotionally, right? Cognitive is doing okay. These are the 5 areas, 360-degree feedback. Parent आपका दीवाना हो जाएगा. Open book, I've seen people going mad. Why? Nobody is opposition. Opposition lies in our head or in our ability to put fatwa. If you don't engage people, have different of opinions, there's no way they will accept that idea. And they will. Because the fact that all of us are engaged and sitting in a room for such a long time only means that you care for whom? Your school. So I just want to leave that. And third, every activity in your school, there are 26 to 30 activities, they have to be measured. What is measured? If you are doing activity, it has to either lead to a social development, cognitive, emotional, don't do that activity. You understand? Sir, it improves teamwork. Fayda nahi hai. Show me the results. You understand? So please relook at your school with the excellence and see what you can cut. The beauty is what to cut. Only when you cut, you can, what happens? Then you can add something. Don't try adding without why? Why? Because people are already brimful, man. I mean, people are exhausted. You know your schools are mentally exhausted. Children and teachers are all scrambling. कि मैं बस में कब बैठूं? Right? So when you're dealing with such a state of mind, you need to cut things out. How do you do it? Do it through an objective. Okay? So with that, of course, there was a lot we could have talked, but I just want to leave that measure what you can manage. So let's just do a quick recap. Others, end of the program. I also have shared, by the way, an AI app which coincidentally, we designed. I myself got involved because I wanted to test myself before coming to a room. Because otherwise, 4 slide AI में बात करने में कितना time लगता है. But when I took this process, I realized that how deep that ocean is. So there is a link I have shared in your WhatsApp group. This is an AI app I have developed, right? It is just a link, experiment, which is on classroom observation, because many times schools tell me, come to classroom observation, because from there I'm able to catch the essence of the school. So here it looks at 21 competency. What my request is, try it yourself. And it gives you an AI recommender key. If you get a low score, what does it mean? This is level 1. Level 2, we are then trying to develop an audio recording. Just put audio recording, it will give you a score. Right? Because then you don't have to do physical classroom observations. Of course, you need to do to a sense. So this one was developed more for my own learning too, but I would love to get a stress test and some feedback from you. Saying, yeah, I like these 21 competencies. They are good, they are bad, they are useless, whatever you feel. But see if you can use that particular link, right? Last but not the least is I will post, a small feedback, because AI, right? Your Gadi won't get open to give me feedback on my session. Just joking. But with that, I'll also share the feedback form. Again, no forms. I'm also learning to share the Google Sheet. Fill it up, and it just takes 3 minutes. I will share it after it's done. But let me close this session by saying that I'm not lying. It was really wonderful. I love Hyderabad for this only reason is very cognitive. If you find use, you will sit, otherwise you will just walk. I like that no nonsense attitude. And please understand, we have created this. And a big round of applause. Of course, there are 2 people, they have their own rituals to be done. But it's a part of my ritual when I complete a program. First is, we need to thank your Sahodya and your whole set. I think we have Sir here, and I must go to him because he's always thinking कि schools के लिए क्या अच्छा मिलेगा, right? Of course, AI था करके I got qualified and I got invited, but otherwise also all the goodwill. Definitely too for the Sambhuti team. I'm sure the fact that they felt there is a lot which they can offer. So really, I don't think we could have met had it not been them. And the last but not the least, all the principals. you are the best. I just love you all for who you are. Please understand, unlike our media, it doesn't portray principles like they are all Durandas. I'm just saying, even the three here, because that is the kind of work you do. You're doing phenomenal work. It's a toughest job because you're managing so many areas. And a workshop like this only is about making you reflect. So that when you go back, it's a small step you take tomorrow, whatever you decide. But otherwise, it's been a privilege and really lucky to meet so many of you all and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching session. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Srinivas Rao Poladi, CTO of Sambhuti Learning. A seasoned technology expert, he brings a proven track record of building and scaling high-impact systems and with deep-driven AI machine learning. A big data, he has led large teams and driven strong business outcome. May we all give a round of applause to Mr. Srinivas Rao Poladi.
Good afternoon. I know this is almost the end of the session or the end of the workshop. I'll try to make it very simple and short. There are two topics I wanted to cover. One, we have seen exciting session by Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Radhakrishnan, sorry. So how that is translated into the technology that you can use. Some parts we have already shown in the morning session. That is more focused around the academic side of it, right? And in my view, we look at it in three dimensions. I mean, that's our view of the learning process. There is academic, the subjects, and there is co-curricular activities like the complement to the subjects that you learn. Subject is a knowledge, right? But the way you learn that complemented with reading skills, writing skills, problem solving, creativity, many things Dr. Sanjay talked about during the course of his session, right? How do we inculcate those things through the technology again, right? Somebody said technology is a two-edged knife. I would say two-edged sword, not knife. It is much more powerful. You could use it in either way. And there are examples all of us know, right? So, uh, through the core sessions by Dr. Sanjay, a lot of questions arrived, right? Whether the technology, the use of AI is going to kill the creativity. The answer is yes and no. We know that, right? If you use it copy pasting from ChatGPT, of course it will kill, right? But you can also use it in a different way. How, to basically use the technology for creating the assignments or the challenges through these co-curricular activities, right? Debating, for example, or storytelling, or presentation skills, how you improve, right? All these problem solving, all these things, you can create the assignments in such a way that using the technology, you can build those skills, right? One of them will show today reading skills assessment and how do you improve it, right? We collaborated with IIT Bombay, Professor Preeti Rao. She came up with the assessment to measure how the students are able to read. I mean, it is meant for the primary schools, but it has the applicability. I mean, there are reports suggesting that fifth grade students, about 70 or 60% of them are not able to read the text of third grade. So 2 classes below, they are not able to read. I mean, that is one of the statistics going around, right? But how do you address that problem? So IIT Bombay came up with a solution to measure how to really track or assess where the students are in terms of the reading skills. Then we created a solution around that to basically how you improve. Once you know that the child is lacking in these areas, how do you help the students to overcome those things? So that's the demo that we will give. So just go back to the previous slide. I wanted to connect the co-curricular to the extracurricular. See, one of the things that we are experimenting rather, so how you integrate the art into the system, right? Art is again, there are two parts, right? The performing arts, which is the regular thing that we see, and I believe CBSE do have some courses around that. But using the art to teach the subjects, regular subjects. In the morning, Uma Maheshwari gave the example of symmetry, right? How you use the art skills to teach the concept of symmetry in mathematics, right? So from there, if you draw extracurricular activities, I know we are talking about AI now, but I don't know how many of you know AI has been used in the World War II, first time. That was in 1944. And your video, Sanjay, has shown in the morning, right? Reverse Alan Turing video about the 5 characters. The Alan Turing was the scientist, British scientist. He came up with that logic, whatever was used in the video, to kind of, it is called as Turing test. So AI has been there. But during the same time, there was another scientist, British scientist, Claude Shannon. He also used the technology, same AI techniques. Basically, that time they were using it for decoding the messages of their enemy, German army, to understand their war strategies. Now coming full circle, Iran war, again using AI. I mean, they killed Khomeini with the very sophisticated AI technology to track his movement minute by minute. And they struck with the precision thing and they didn't miss it. So, I mean, that's the negative side of it. But the positive side is how you can use the same thing to really look at the, when you talk about the extracurricular activities, how cricket is using the AI today, right? So how you transition, how do you really transition from students into these different sports, like whether it's arts or sports or different areas. So if you can catch right in the early stages during the schools, what are the interests of the student, where the student is really doing well, and then train them into the respective areas. That's how you can create more athletes. Today, why we don't have too many bright things in the athletics or the Olympiads, right? So that is another thing that you could use. Again, AI can help in that also. So we are trying to give the tools that can connect all these. So I just wanted to showcase that. And we'll go to the demo now. Maybe one of you can volunteer to take the student's role and read the passage if you want to test it. So it's basically we make the student to read the passage, small passage for about 1.5 minutes. And then AI will assess, give the report where the student is lacking on certain parameters. And we take those inputs and then create the practice assignments to help the students to overcome those. I mean, during those practice assignments is when you can do a lot of personalization. Somebody was talking about students think in mother tongue, not in English. So we use the technology to translate real time and give everything, even if it is an English subject, but we translate that into Telugu or whatever regional language on the system so that students can understand and think in that and then come back to the English. Right? That is one type of it. Other thing is we also give context, knowing that the student likes the, let's say, cricket. So all the practice assignments will be around the cricket and the characters and the terms that are used in the cricket. Or somebody is good at festivals, somebody is good at music, right? You can use those themes and create those assignments related to that theme so that students are interested in doing that rather than teacher forcing on them. So that's a part of the gamification, I'm sure you would know, right? Yeah, you can take, creating the assignment. You can pick any grade, maybe 5th. So these passages are actually created by IFLU, and then IIT Bombay adopted them. So obviously the passage has to be not unseen, but grade appropriate. The grade 6 passage should be little higher than grade 4 or grade 5, right? In terms of the complexity of the words. So it's not a random passages. They are vetted by the experts and adapted by IIT Bombay. So this is one of the passage. So he's assigning that to a student. Anybody volunteers to take, please come in. Sorry, you have to go there and yes, yes. Yeah. No, we promised to the schools that you'll only go to the teacher, nobody else. Grade 6. Yeah.
Princess. He traveled around the world looking for her, but every time he met one, there was always something wrong. There were plenty of princesses, but not one of them was quite to his taste. Something was always the matter. They just weren't real princesses. So he returned home very sad and sorry, for he had set his heart for marrying a real princess.
So now you can review your recording.
Yeah, now she can also review what has been recorded.
Once upon a time, there was.
If we want, we can re-record it, and now we can actually see.
So
Yeah, I mean,
is there a report there after that?
after that, we have not yet submitted. So
Okay.
basically, if you want to re-record, suppose you are not happy with it, you can re-record it. Still,
Okay.
you are happy with whatever you have spoken, and then you submit it.
Okay, so the children have the option of re-recording it.
Correct.
Okay. The same passage.
Same passage.
Okay.
Because they want to give the best attempt.
Okay. So you.
Yeah. Would you like to tell what is happening in the background now?
Okay.
Yeah. So
Let it
now
get submitted.
it has been submitted.
Let it
So
be
in the
submitted.
background, the application system is analyzing your whatever you have spoken, and it will submit. It will create a report, and the report will come back to you.
Okay, that'll go down.
Shishir, we are going to get it from IIT Bombay now, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm
It's all
serious. I can
online,
disconnect
but
it. It's
yeah,
online.
servers are different servers, obviously, right? It's their proprietary IP, so we are partnering with them, but that is integrated into the same platform. See, the beauty of this platform is any innovative solutions, point solutions, we can plug into this platform so that schools don't have to use multiple different apps, right? Similarly, even the ERP integration also we are doing it. So if somebody has it. Yes. That's what we're going to show, ma'am. Yes. I mean, that is the intervention spot. So, I mean, what is the problem of a point in doing the diagnosis without a solution, right? It's like going to the doctor and getting the report out and not doing anything about it.
So we have the entire report here.
Yeah.
Shishir, you can go ahead and talk about the report. Would you like to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike is there. Yeah.
Okay. So we see here that we have the initial story which was given. Then we have the actual submission made by the student, which ma'am did right now.
Once upon a time, there was a prince who wanted to marry.
So I think when Sanjay sir was speaking, one of the teachers were telling that, or principals were telling, they would want to see and listen what the student has done. So this is that feedback in the loop which is there. So along with listening to what they have submitted, so there are a few scores which comes along with the passage or the submission. We have WCPM, that is words correct per minute. So when we so it's a count of number of corrects word divided by the total number of words into 60 seconds. So that's its WCPM. And pace is the speed at which we speak. So 2.4 syllables per second. I know the screen is a bit off, excuse us. Then we have the reading accuracy, so that's 98%. And then there is something called practice words. So that's basically those words where the student has uttered it incorrectly or missed it or mispronounced it and things. So we'll see that when we see the entire reading analysis. And then there's something called as phrasing level. So how the phrasing has been done, that is where the pauses have been given, whether they've been given properly or not. And then finally, there's an overall score. There's a math behind it, that is the sum of the reading accuracy plus the phrasing level and the pace and WCPM. So there are weightages given to each of them, and that is out of 10. So that is the overall score. And then over here, we see this color-coded passage, which is basically, there's a legend to it. I'll open the legend and then come back. So the correct words are in green, substituted words are in yellow, deleted are struck out. It's actually not seen, it's actually struck out. There's a line for deleted words, and then insertion is underlined. Phrase breaks are all accordingly. Green, red is improper, and yellow is missed. So if you see here, once was actually inserted. So yeah, it was inserted.
She spoke 2 times, that's why it inserted.
Then over here we see that there's a red phrasing. That means there was a wrong phrase which was introduced there. Again over here. Then finally princesses. I think ma'am spoke that, uttered it twice, so it's inserted. So that's what it's telling. So accordingly, for actually ma'am pronounced it or read it as on. So it's substituted there. So that is the report which is generated, and this is the initial part of assessment. Any doubt or anything which people have?
Yeah, I just want to add that this is an assessment which is called TARA, in case you heard about it. It's been officially recognized by NCRT as a reading assessment, and it's being done, I guess, in most of the KVS schools. I think last 2 years, around 7 lakh students have taken this test. TARA, T-A-R-A. You can Google for that. And Professor Preeti, who has been awarded this MOU with NCRT, and they're recommending that already being implemented across the country in 1250 schools for the last 2 years. I mean, they're doing multi-level assessments using this tool. So we are fortunate we have the tie-up through API call. We are able to use it, and this entire report data comes to our system. And then the next question, as PSR said, is we go to the interventions using this report.
That's where for the KVS, when they were doing it, they could do the assessment. Then the question came, what do I do with its results? So that is when they approached us for the creating this interventions module using AI. So which is what we'll show now. So that's how this collaboration started. And this. Correct. No, that's maybe 3, maybe.
No, it is grade wise only, ma'am. So there could be one reason why it could be that we are in a tier 1. So these stories, as sir told, is taken from FLU and basically KVS across India and abroad. So they've selected those stories on the an average or below at that level. In fact, this itself, the baseline is not touching with the expected with this stories itself at the KVS national level.
No, in fact, in one of the suburban schools in Bombay, though it was meant for the students, the principal said, let me test with the teachers itself first. Right? And with the same quality, about 25% of the teachers could not get through this, the expected benchmark. This is the suburban Bombay school. So you can imagine how it is going to be when you go to the tier 2, tier 3 towns, right? So the KVS was across the country. That's why probably they chose this. But this is again based on the scientific work that done by the FLU. And when you see this is in English, but they are also doing it in multiple Indian languages.
By the way,
we are going to come up with the Telugu also.
I think you're familiar with EFLU, right? Which is in Hyderabad. Yeah. So yeah.
Yes, it is there in other languages also. So right now about 7-8 languages they have. Telugu we are coming up with soon.
Hindi we can actually see.
No, no. If you want to add your own passages also, that is
Oh,
possible.
of course, you
Yes.
can add.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry. It is there. Yeah, yeah. You can do that. So we have to pick. I mean, in the input side, right? Either you can pick up what is already available in the system, or you can put your own thing also. Yes, that you can.
Oh, that flexibility is absolutely there.
Sorry, I didn't get that. But that is there. See, that is what we said, that when we design the system, everywhere teachers intersection is there. If the teacher decides to put her own thing, she can. Sorry.
So the parameter which we have used is all basic parameter to evaluate the reading skills, because once we evaluate the reading skills of the student, we use a different intonation, the pace also you have used, and voice modulation. So are these being included, or it is just a basic parameter which we are evaluating?
So yeah, I think
what
there are more than
I
that.
think,
More than what we have displayed. Yeah, there's a prosody and a lot of parameters come. We
Yes,
can
ma'am.
share a
So,
comprehensive.
yeah, we
report
can
later.
share the comprehensive one. See, again, this we are doing it in here, but we were originally planned this for the tier 2 cities. But yes, there are the much bigger report which comes a lot more other parameters. So if you decide to do that way, you can do that also. We will share that. So right now we are showing the all. See, in fact, no, these, if you are familiar with the Nipun Bharat guidelines, right? So exactly, only these 3-4 parameters they are looking at. That is why we started from there. Other option also. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely,
yes.
absolutely.
Correct, correct. There are other metrics also. So
Yeah. So
yeah,
that's
so
something called expression score, which also is there. So since, as we told, in fact, when we started in Saint May, that school where near Bombay, they actually felt these stories as very hard. So we had to retrain the model for a simpler story which they gave us.
yes, yeah.
So all the possible, the permutations are possible.
Yeah. Now we'll go to the interventions. Yeah. So what we've seen is on the teacher side of it. Now we'll go to the student side.
Yeah. So once the assessment is there, so that's the what of it. We get to know where the student is wrong. Now the second part is how to address it. So that's something I think some other teacher was again telling that once they get to know what it is, they want to do the personalized learning and interventions. So this is where technology plays a role. So again, we can select the appropriate grade, and then the language in which we want to the intervention needs to be done, and then the practice words which the student has gone wrong can be keyed in. Ma'am only had one. I'll key in one more.
Yeah.
And the second thing about personalization is it's not only the story which it's generated, and each one is given different stories. It is what story I like which needs to be given, or as a student. So I might like cricket, so I need cricket, or I might like trekking. I have to give in trekking. So I like trekking, so I'll give trekking. And then we can generate a passage out of that's interest. Once the passage is generated, again, we can edit all the normal options, and then we can.
Can I come in? I'm sorry. Because this is very interesting feature, I think, which highlights. I mean, how many times can we pick up a few set of words and generate a meaningful story humanly, right? And that too around the context which the child likes. So you may have a child who likes cricket, as he's saying, or so. I think this is where the power of AI comes into picture. This kind of generation which happens, and it's so easy. At a jiffy, it happened. So you can generate many hundreds of such passages at the level of the grade. Okay, and we can also tune the grade level, right? I mean, if you still find fourth grade this is tough or easy, we can train the model to customize it a little bit.
Yeah, here we have not added the flexibility to increase the complexity or decrease the complexity, but that can be done very easily. It's not a issue. So a couple of features here, like it's not just the story alone, right? Students like to see it in the visual form, right? They can understand in visual better, or their own local language, mother tongue, right? So those things we'll show now. You can
have to.
Yeah. So there is a translation option, transliterate option, so that the student can see the in a different language, but the word as the same, or visually generate an image and picturize it.
I'll just go to the student's login. I just assigned it. So this story which we just generated is here. So I think, sir, you can now tell the different interventions.
Yeah. So you can select one word and then these are the options. You can do the pronunciation, how to pronounce it right way. You can show that.
Prince, prince.
Or you can take one more word.
Adventure.
So it breaks down into syllables and then pronounces. You can translate or transliterate first or okay. Yeah. Telugu.
I'll zoom in.
Sorry, a little bit of challenge with the ఉల్లాసమైన గ్రామంలో అర్జున్ అనే యువకుడు గంభీరమైన కొండలను ట్రెక్కింగ్ చేయాలన్న కలలు కన్నాడు. I think you can. That's whatever he has highlighted. Only that one sentence got translated. Right. Audio we can, but we have not configured. It can be done.
I mean, if that can be done, even that can be done. Ma'am, I think we need to look at what is the utility of this feature. Often, I think, as I was saying, mother is the tutor at home, right? So it's possible that the mother is not very familiar with the passage being given. So mother can understand the meaning of what is being said and probably help the child do that. So I think multilingual pedagogy is something which has been talked about, and FLU has done a lot of work in that area, and we are also trying to work in that. So it's a very, very important feature which helps make it very interesting for the child and
generate image. When you generate the images also, you can generate the attire of that local region. No, if it is somebody from Kerala versus somebody from Gujarat versus Telangana, right? You can also check even the food, different food cultures, right? So all that can be customized. So idea is to create something that is engaging for the students to practice with really interest rather than it's taken as an assignment given by the teacher. So that's the whole idea. Yeah. So there are two parts to it. One is how we have developed it or how the student is going to use it.
How? Now in a classroom of 40 or 30. So is it this done in a lab or is it done in a like interactive panel? How
See, wherever there is a access to the device, right? Any device with a desktop, even laptop or any desktop.
Or even a mobile at home.
Even mobile at home.
The child can see because we are assigning it to the child, right?
Okay.
So the child will do it on his device.
Okay.
And it doesn't also design a mobile app. Mobile device with a browser, any browser.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's the image which is generated. Different types of images can be generated. I think sir was mentioning all those Gen Z words. So I think
maybe
they'll be able to appreciate all the different types. Okay, we'll go to the next step. Yeah, sir, you can.
Yeah. So that was basically to understand the context of the passage so that the student gets really the idea of what the gaps he or she had and how she can overcome. Now practicing it, real practice, right? The story is there, words are familiarized, the context is familiarized. Now how do I practice it? So basically this is again the methodology which was being practiced in the schools for a long time. Basically the teacher reads first, then the teacher and student read, and then the student reads. So here the teacher's role is played by the AI.
Once upon a time, in a vibrant village, a young boy named Arjun dreamed of trekking the majestic hills. One sunny morning, he set off on his adventure. As he climbed higher, he met a friendly prince named Ravi, who was also trekking. Together, they explored the lush forests and sparkling streams. They shared stories and laughter, discovering the beauty of nature. When they reached the top, they gazed in awe at the breathtaking view. Arjun realized that the journey was even more special with a friend by his side. They promised to trek together again, celebrating their newfound friendship and the wonders of the world around them.
So that's the teacher reading and showing to the student. Now the student can practice along with the teacher. So it's a three-step process. First teacher, student and teacher, and then the student alone.
Yeah, would you like to do that?
Yeah, I can try.
Shishir can
Once
play the
upon
role
a
of
time,
student.
in a vibrant village,
a young boy named Arjun dreamed of trekking the majestic hills. One sunny morning, he set off on his adventure. As he climbed higher, he met a friendly prince named Ravi, who was also trekking. Together, they explored the lush forests and sparkling streams. They shared stories and laughter, discovering the beauty of nature. When they reached the top, they gazed in awe at the breathtaking view. Arjun realized that the journey was even more special with a friend by his side. They promised to trek together again, celebrating their newfound friendship and the wonders of the world around them. This is the last step.
This is the last step where the student can read again himself and then record it and send it back to the teacher. So once the teacher approves, then the cycle stops. Otherwise, it will keep going. If the teacher finds that no, it is still not good enough, she can assign another paragraph. Then it can go on till the kid gets it right.
Would you like to show a Hindi passage?
Yeah, I can.
That's one language I think many schools express that. Hindi is tough. I mean, my younger daughter, she really struggled until she moved to French. Okay, so Hindi is yeah. So I think it can be really useful. Hindi, both Hindi and English has been implemented across the country in 1250 kV schools. So a lot of benefits it has brought in, and the interventions were developed by Srinivas Rao's other company, technology company, Kritrima IQ. Last 2 years we have been doing this work. Okay. Yeah. So just to show an example. Yeah.
Little background. And in fact, no, we participated in a competition, innovation challenge competition. This was about 2022, around the ChatGPT came in. NCRT and Vigyan Prasar wanted to develop a system which can translate the English textbooks and English magazines, science and technology magazines into Indian languages. So there were some 60-odd startups participated, and Kritrima IQ was one of them. And thankfully, we won that competition. So that's how we got these translation models, right? But now, even the LLMs are also giving those options. So that is one. And second thing, we also worked with a leading publisher who wanted to develop the content for the same school segment in this format. So that's how we learned some of these things, how the schools can benefit from this. And then we came up with this platform.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to, you don't need not assign. Yes.
The audio.
Audio. Okay, you want to hear the audio. Okay, so that you can see a lot of Hindi passages, Hindi reading skills can also be developed. We're coming up with the Telugu. I think Telugu is a language which is needed in both the Telangana and Andhra. Okay. Do we have anything more to show, Sri Apisa? Are we done? Yeah,
I think this only one thing I
एक
wanted
गांव
to
में
cover.
एक बच्चा था जिसका नाम आर्यन था। उसके पिता एक शिक्षक थे। आर्यन हमेशा अपने पिता से सब कुछ जानना चाहता था। एक दिन उसने अपने पिता से पूछा, पिता,
Chota sample is good enough. I mean, I think that's AI voice reading it. We can change the voice and we can.
You can do it in multiple voices. In fact,
you can take your sample voice and put it there. It will do it and all.
Yeah, we can clone the individual voices also. Yeah. So I mean, there are a lot of other possibilities, and even you can see the co-curricular. There are other things also like debating, storytelling, etc. There are a lot of other activities you can do. But in the interest of time, I think one more thing that I wanted to cover about some of the challenges that Dr. Sanjay talked about in the negative side of AI, how we are addressing them in the platform. But I think I'm not sure whether we have enough time now. Maybe we can share that offline. There is, again, coming with my own experience of using the technology for the last 35 years, again, across the industry, different industries, how they have overcome the challenges. See, AI is just one of the technologies. There have been so many other technologies that have been there in the market, not necessarily in the education, but across the industries. Like I said, AI in the industry has been there. I have been practicing it for last 30 years, right? Different forms of AI, but it is coming into the consumer side of it only now. And that is why, we are all impacted. Another reason why we are also investing in this at this moment is also because of what is happening across the globe. The aging population across the different countries, all the advanced countries are really going down. It is the India's time. We believe the next 10 years is going to be the India's time. And that is why even the Indian government is also come up with this NEP policy. And Indian government is also investing thousands of crores in the AI. I mean, you may be familiar with the AI mission, right? So we have been monitoring all of that and following those whatever guidelines that are coming up. And using that, we are developing these platforms. I think this is the right time for the schools to transform using the technology. AI is again just one of the technologies, but there are other like internet, cloud, all other technologies are also there. How you can combine all of this to really transform the way you are teaching to the students. So that is why we are also investing. It's again, we are doing this is for the schools, but we are also doing for the higher education institutes like engineering colleges and others. So that is where I am personally involved. But yeah, so you can use this for the benefit of your own students. And other things that I wanted to cover, maybe we'll share it as a blog. Thank you.
Thanks, Mirza.
Educators reference. See, of course, this was done by that taste. See, the girl was not of his taste. I feel we can't objectify women, right? So when you give your paras also, please ensure that we don't bring our biases. Second, okay, even if you look at AI or visuals which we bring in, they'll always show a very slim woman. Okay, and I feel what it does to this generation, it puts a lot of pressure on them, how to look. So some of it we can't give up our educators' lens, and we should keep, giving these kind of observations. But that's all.
Sir.
Gender bias.
Man, so thanks for bringing that very important point. That's where we felt in every part of the whole pedagogy in our platform, the teacher needs to be there in the loop. Without the teacher supervision, things don't happen at all. Yeah, so that's the assurance we have been giving. Thanks a lot for your attention. It was a great time for us talking to you all. I'm sure you have taken back some value. So what is the next thing, sir? Yeah, a quick so yeah, over to Philomena. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
We now move to a very special part of the event, felicitating our distinguished speaker, Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan. Sir, kindly join us on stage. I would also request Mr. Uma Maheshwar Ragi and Mr. Srinivas Rao Poladi to join us on stage. I would also request Mrs. Sujata Naidu to also join us on stage. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. Rajesh Tirumala Shetty, Chief Revenue Officer of Sambhuti Learning, a business leader with over 20 years of experience. He has successfully built and scaled ventures across multiple industries with strong expertise in business development, strategy, and marketing expansion. With a strong global exposure, he is known for his driving growth. May I invite Mr. Rajesh Tirumala Shetty to take the stage. Please give a round of applause.
Well, thank you all. And it's a customary that we don't end the session without doing a vote of thanks. So I've been offered to do that part. So you've seen me running out throughout the session. So this is the only time I think you'll be wondering, oh, what is this guy doing here? So I'm here to do that vote of thanks. So it gives me an immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to this work, to the success of today's event, actually. So as school leaders, we are constantly shaping not just institutions, but futures. So today's session reminded us that while AI is a powerful tool, it's your vision and leadership that will determine how meaningfully it transforms our classrooms and our students' lives. I extend my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Sri J. Sunil Kumar Garu, for his gracious present and encouragement. And my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sanjay Radhakrishnan for his insightful sessions that helped us to reimagine the role of AI in leadership and decision making. I would also extend my sincere thanks to my colleagues from the leadership team at Sambhuti Learning, Mr. Umamaheshwar Ragi and Mr. Srinivas Ragaru, for bringing clarity on how AI can meaningfully integrate it into classrooms, making it relevant and impactful for teachers and students. This is very relevant for the outcomes, basically. Now, a very special note of gratitude to our Chief Strategy Officer, Dr. Jacob, who joined online from California, drawing from his helm of Apple's EdTech initiatives. He shared valuable insights on how digital transformation has empowered teachers and enhanced students' learning outcomes over the years. Now, what stands out even more is his humility and his intent to give back to our education system, which is Indian education system, a commitment that undoubtedly contribute to shape future citizens who can make our country to a force to reckon with. Okay, now I just wanted to underline the sentence, a force to reckon with, because I also want to go back to what Uma Maheshwar said in one of the during his session, that um, the elephant in the room is the students, right? So why are we here? For bringing the outcomes, for the improving the learning outcomes. Now, the Vikasit Bharat, the 2047 vision of India to become a developed country, and where are the people who's going to work over there? Where are they sitting? They're sitting in our classrooms. So what is our pedagogy? What is our knowledge imparting? What are our techniques that we are using? Is all we are talking about, brainstorming to bring in that culture and bring in that change to grow those leaders who are going to work in our developed country, and we visualize, yeah, India is going to be run by these people. So that is the reason why we are here. Okay, so and now, a special note of thanks to Mr. Amir Khan, chairperson of HSSC, and the entire core committee of HSSC for their vision and efforts in bringing together such a meaningful initiative. I would also like to sincerely appreciate all principals, educators present here today. Your openness to learning and willingness to evolve is what we truly define the future of education. Finally, my heartfelt thanks to organizing team whose dedication behind the scenes made this event seamless and impactful. As we conclude, I leave you with a thought. The future of education will not be defined by technology alone, but by leaders who have the courage to embrace it with purpose. And I'm certain, looking around this room, that the future is in a very capable hands. Thank you all. Sorry? And now, yeah, we break for Yeah, of course. So that's what I just want to come. Before we break for the tea, I just wanted to remind you that the feedback form will be sent to the WhatsApp group, and please respond to that. It just takes a couple of minutes, and the moment it is done, you will all receive a certificate. Yeah. So, of course, so that will have your feedback form will give us an input to who all will receive the certificate. So it's imminent that we receive the feedback forms. Yeah. So now we break for tea. Thank you all.
Wait for a second. Please,
Where am I?
Mr. Amidan is here. Please, be seated for fun. We need to finish.
Kindly wait. We'll just take another 5 minutes. Mr. Amir sir has just come back, so please wait for 5 minutes. We have on stage Chairperson HSSC Mr. Amir Khan, Mr. Uma Maheshwar Ragi is now. Please give a round of applause. Thank you all.